Okay, thank you everybody. The live stream is now on. I'd like to welcome everyone to this Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Judith Smythe, Chair of the Planning Committee. Please be assured that we've put appropriate cleansing and social distancing measures in place to ensure that this meeting is undertaken in a COVID-secure manner. And everybody's sitting nice and spaced out. We've all got used to that, and that's probably a good thing on a hot day anyway. Limited public seating has been made available. However, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to attend remotely if they wish. Please be advised that the public seating area isn't in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting, although some of you may be sitting in places where you've been advised you might be caught on camera over there. Thank you. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Don't attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust fire marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. I'll just draw your attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed and everybody speaking via a microphone will be on camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Is anybody here present saying they don't want to be recorded? Good. Okay. Please can everyone use the microphones, turning it on here, and remember to switch them off when they've finished, otherwise the camera will remain on you. I'd now like to introduce everybody. Members first, if I can start with John Smith.
John Smith, Councillor for Eastern Cranes also.
Darren Sanders, Councillor for Baffins, North Milton and South Coppenham.
George Fielding, Councillor for Central South Ward.
Gerald Van Jackson, Leader Milton Ward, Councillor Milton Ward.
Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor for St Jude Ward.
Thank you. And there are some other members here.
Maybe.
Yes.
Councillor George Magic of the Paulsgrove Ward.
Thank you, George. And there's also Councillor Simpson here to give deputation. Any other councillors doing the same? Daniel, to introduce yourself.
Councillor Scott Pater Harris, Hilsey Ward.
Councillor Daniel Williams, Hilsey Ward.
Thank you.
Councillor Russell Simpson, Hilsey Ward.
Thank you. Members of the public, we'll introduce you as your item comes up, if that's all right. And we have a member of the press here. Your name is?
David.
Thank you. And then the officers of the council, starting with you, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juliette Gill. I'm the Principal Planning Solicitor at Portsmouth City Council.
Morning, everybody. Nick Lloyd-Davies. I'm the Interim Head of Development Management.
Anna Martin, Democratic Services.
Thank you all very much. For clarification about the proceedings, each agenda item will be presented in the following order. Firstly, the officer's planning application presentation. Mr. Lloyd-Davies will be doing that. Secondly, any deputations, and we allow up to 12 minutes in total for those in favour of the application and 12 minutes in total for those objecting. That rule doesn't include members of the council who are making deputations. And then we have members' questions and members' comments, and then we proceed to making a planning decision following a recommendation from members who are participating. So, is that clear so far? We have some apologies for the meeting. Councillor Chris Atwell has apologised. Is anybody substituting for him? No? Okay. Councillor Robert New? Any substitutions? No. Councillor Russell Simpson is actually here because he's been bumped off a flight or something and not able to be here, but he's here making a deputation, and Councillor George Madrick is deputising for him, and Councillor Linda Symes is not here. Are we still quorate?
Yes.
Thank you. Good.
Need 4 to be quorate.
Thank you very much. So now we'll proceed to the first item on the agenda, which is 78 Oriel Road, draw your attention to the fact that we
Can-
have...
Can we do members' interest first, please?
Oh, yes. Do any members of the council have any interest in any of these applications? Darren?
Thanks, Judith. I have a personal but not prejudicial interest in various applications on this agenda as I live in a HMO.
Thank you.
Just a personal.
Chair, yeah, just a person. Sorry.
John?
Chair, just for clarity, I used to work for John Lewis, run the John Lewis in Southsea, but John Lewis has nothing to do with the item regarding item E on the agenda.
Thank you. It's always good to be clear.
Can I just confirm that Darren Sanders doesn't have an interest of any shape or form? So,
I live in a HMO, so therefore we have 4 HMO applications. So it's on that basis I declare an interest in the interests of transparency and openness.
yeah, but is it?
I don't live in
consider
any
it to
of
be any form of interest. I mean, for example, I live in some of these will live in a normal C3 dwelling house, and they won't declare that as an interest. So there's nothing for you to declare.
I understand that. I'm doing it in the interests of openness and transparency.
It's making a voluntary declaration.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Draw your attention to the supplementary data that we've got here to be considered, and on this one there is a short SMAT for 78 Oriel Road. But first of all, then, I will ask...
Chair, I think it's traditional to do the minutes of the previous meeting. That's what's on the agenda at
That's
item
correct. Thank
3.
you very much indeed.
That's right, and I always do the same.
Thank you. We have the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 27th of July, and I have a copy here to sign. I'll just go through it page by page in case there's anything that you disagree with. Page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Unless there are any amendments suggested, I will proceed to sign those. Is that okay with everybody? This quick turnaround of meetings means that we have to do that now. So we've seen the minutes of the meeting on the 27th of July, and there are no announcements from the planning officer today about policy, which sometimes we have on the agenda at this time. Is that right? Okay, so we will now move on to the application number 1, 78 Oriel Road. This is a change of use from a house in Class C3 to purposes falling within Class C3 or Class C4, house in multiple occupation. And it's brought to us because because of the number of objections to this. Mr. Lord Davies.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, application 2101446, FUL 78 Oriel Road. This is, as the Chair has said, an application for a change of use from a C3 dwelling house to a mixed C3, C4 HMO use. And I draw members' attention to the supplementary matters. I don't know if it's helpful just to briefly summarise what they are, but certainly in terms of, as a correction to Table 1 on page 9 of the report, removing reference to 34 square metres for the communal kitchen, dining, lounge area, which was the wrong standard. It's the lower standard that applies. And we've just changed reference to where it says bathrooms to showers, because they are shower rooms, and again a different standard applies for that. There's been one additional representation received from a resident in Oriel Road who's previously commented on the application, and the matters are considered to have been addressed in the report, being noise and disturbance, safety concerns, and increased in on-street parking. So the officer's recommendation remains unchanged. The application property is located on the north side. I should actually just draw members' attention, it is subject to a valid appeal on a non-determination appeal. So we won't be making a decision, or we're not the determining authority today. It'll be the recommendation which will be forwarded to the Secretary of State as part of his determination. So the application property is a mid-terraced house on the north side of Oriel Road, as shown in these images. The front of the property shown in the street scene image here. It's a 3-bedroom mid-terrace dwelling house. This image shows the existing ground floor and first floor plans, along with some photographs of the existing arrangement. So the plan is that the ground floor lounge will become a bedroom. The snug shown there will become a home office, and there will be a sort of extension and opening up of the rooms at the rear, which I'll show you on the next slide. This is dependent upon the applicants implementing permitted development rights for various extensions, which we're satisfied would benefit from permitted development rights. There's a single-storey rear extension, and there is a roof extension by way of a dormer and some roof lights. So this enables the provision of the full quantum of bedrooms being sought, but it would still fall within the maximum of 6 unrelated people living together as an HMO, and so they potentially could interchange between C4 and C3. There is an indicated bike store, which provision of that and maintenance of that can be secured through recommended planning condition. This image just shows the extensions to which I've referred just now, but these are not subject to this planning application. The room sizes are satisfied that these comply with the HMO standards, and in addition, in terms of the number of HMOs, there are 2 properties in the 50-metre radius search identified out of 74 properties, so that's 2.7% of properties within that radius, so falling well within the 10% threshold specified within the policy and the guidance. So that is, in that regard, considered to be acceptable. And the recommendation as set out is to approve that the Secretary of State be advised that the City Council Planning Committee resolves to grant conditional planning permission with the following conditions relating to time, approved plans, and the cycle storage. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to deputations. I'll do it in order of what we've got on our list here. Councillor Weems.
Oh, apparently the residents go first, or is that?
Thank you very much for telling me. In fact, on my list it doesn't say that, but is that from? Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I know you're good on those things. Thank you. So, is Henry Thorpe here? No. Okay. Ellis Carvalho. Are they here? Elvis Carvalho. No, okay. Taki Jaffa. Is he or she here? He, I think, yes. It is he, but he's not here, I don't think. I would have recognised him. Okay, so we'll move to Councillor Weems, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think they may want the deputations read aloud, the residents, and that might be why they may not have turned up.
We have one for this, not this one, and I don't think we have them written for those particular applications. Could I check? Do we have deputations to read out? No. No, we don't have deputations to read out. I have some other deputations to read out for another application, but not for this one.
Cool. Shall I just carry on then?
Yes, please.
No worries. Thank you, Chair, and apologies, committee, for having to come again today. I know I often come when there's a HMO application in Hilsey, so I do apologise, but like I said, if we can just get a better policy, then you might not have to see my ugly mug every week. I'm just going to read my deputation as usual. So 6 people for this application is far too excessive for such a property of this size. There's going to be multiple people coming and going at different hours, multiple cars added to an already congested road. I'm quite amazed actually that there was a picture outside 78 Oriel Road where there wasn't space. So kudos to whichever officer took that picture. Oriel Road has experienced police visits. There's quite often some drug dealing associated with other HMOs in the area, especially marijuana. And there's also negative externalities linked to the large-scale HMO on the road. Yet, as an authority, we continue to have an open door policy within our city that caters towards the landlord rather than the tenant. I'm not against landlords, I never have been and I never will be. Those who wish to own HMOs that are to a good standard and sized accordingly to the property is excellent. I have no issue with small HMOs. I just think the ones where we stuff as many people into a small property, kind of like mini hotels in a way, aren't good enough. I think there are a lot of reputable landlords within the city who offer a good standard of living, and I'm happy to welcome those to our city. I also agree with several residents I've spoken with that they also believe that the HMO size is the issue, and every time we come to this committee and there's another application where they're saying, well, we can have 7, 8 or 9 people in a property, it just frankly isn't normal. I also feel quite sorry. I used to live in a HMO and we only had 4 people in it and it was excellent. The last time I lived in a HMO there were 6, and there were always issues with the bins being collected, there are issues with sanitation, all the usual stuff that comes with a HMO, and I like to think that my friends and I were quite good tenants, so if you have one bad apple amongst a bunch, it's just going to cause even more reputable damage. This leads me on to the next and my favourite paragraph. Section 8.11 states that in terms of the impact on the living conditions of the adjoining occupiers, it is considered that the level of activity that could be associated with the use of any individual property, either as a dwelling class C, C3, which involves occupation by a single family, would be unlikely to be significantly different from the occupation of the property by between 3 and 6 unrelated persons. I will say this again. What family home of 6 people has the potential for 6 cars? Like, I just don't understand it, and I'd really appreciate if someone could explain to me who wrote this copy and paste paragraph for each HMO application. It doesn't make sense. If you've got a family of 4 and then you have 4 residents in a HMO, I can understand, but if you've got 6 people, 6 professional workers, that's not the same as a family. If you have like a normal nuclear family unit, parents, 2 kids, it's not the same as 6 people, is it? Especially if we get up to 8 or 9. I don't understand this paragraph, that whoever's written that has never lived in a HMO. 6 people often equals 6 cars. If you looked at that road today, if you go down there at a normal time, not whatever time the officer went down there, it's full. And if you're going to put 6 people into this property, there's going to be 6 more cars. There's going to be 6 more issues here. Also, we don't seem to be listening to residents at the moment, and that is really frustrating. If you have 160 people, 160, not 10, not 12, not 5, saying they object to this application, why aren't we listening? Why aren't we creating a policy that actually adheres to the residents who live there? Furthermore, it's 41 properties on Oriel Road who have objected with 61 signatures. 61. Again, that's just on the road. The 160 resident petition, you could argue, fine, it goes across different areas of Hilsey. But 61 people aren't happy about this. And they always say the same things. It's a loss of family home from the existing housing stock. Fine. There's an over-concentration of HMOs. This is the thing I don't understand. And Henry Thorpe and all the other residents I often speak to who live nearby, why don't we count flat conversions in the count? If you have a house in, for example, Oriel Road that has 2 flats together, that's 4, 5, 6 people again. That surely counts as a HMO. I'd like some advice on that, but I still think we should be counting flats in this HMO scale. I do appreciate that Councillor Sanders and indeed Councillor Vernon-Jackson have listened, and they're going to start doing the licensing requirement consultation. I do appreciate that. I don't want to be too negative, but that's a nice step in the right direction. In terms of all the other issues, you've got, so I'm just going to read some of the issues that residents have said. There's a loss of privacy. There's increase in noise and disturbance. I agree with that. There's the proposed bike shelter is impractical. I also agree with that. If you've got 6 people going into this house with a bike shelter that goes straight through, if it has mud, it has debris, someone's cooking in the kitchen, you're taking your bike through, that isn't a good standard of living, and I'd love to argue with whoever thinks it is. Car park provision as always, road safety as always, increased pollution to the detriment of air quality, nitrate levels. There's so many issues, and we just don't seem to be listening. And I'd love to see what we could do as an authority. There are so many other authorities that do the right thing. So Coventry always comes up. We always blame the national government at the moment, but why are other local authorities having success? What have they done differently to what Portsmouth has done? So I'd love to have a conversation with whichever councillor would love to speak with me about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I turn to Councillor Simpson, please?
Thank you, Chair. It's actually my first time to give a deputation instead of sitting. It seems a reoccurring event that a new HMO in either Oriel, Ophir, Shadow Oak area comes up for planning permission. Yet the rule is 10% within a 50-metre radius. Last planning committee, this percentage was challenged, and in many people's and councillors' eyes was not answered with actual data. I have walked these roads countless times to see many converted houses into flats as well as HMOs. More needs to be done so that the data is accurate. Each time we challenge HMOs in this area, parking, increase in nitrates, litter and antisocial behaviour is mentioned, yet ignored by the planning officers. I invite the planning officers to visit these areas so they can see how crammed the area has become. Only yesterday did I visit Oriel Road and speak to a resident cleaning his car in a jam-packed road. I asked him, what was the parking like in Oriel Road? He replied, I don't live in Oriel, I live in Ophir Road. This resident has been forced to park 2 roads away from his home, yet has accepted this burden and is cleaning his car where he has been able to park. Yet there is no issues with parking in the road. HMOs and flats haven't impacted this area at all. I think it's fair to say more needs to be done when considering HMOs in an already highly densely populated road. The local residents' voice should also be heard and counted instead of ignored time and time again.
Thank you. Just to check whether Henry Simpson or, Henry Thorpe or Elvis Carvalho or Taka Jaffa has appeared. No, they have not. So we'll move on to your report, Mr. Lloyd Davis, please. You've done your report. We've done deputations. Very sorry. Questions.
Does
members.
the planning officer want to come back on any comments that were made from the deputations first?
No, I think I'll wait for questions.
Sure. Questions, please. Councillor Mason.
A point which has already been made. Is there any access to the bicycle sheds at the back except by walking the whole length of the kitchen and lounge area around the tables which are set out there and through the presumably bifold doors right at the back? This seems to be a recipe for people not wishing to have bicycles or wishing that their friends did not, their compatriots did not have bicycles.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It would have to go straight through the property, so down the hallway, through the kitchen and out of the rear of the extension. Yep.
That's the whole length of the building?
Yep.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson, you had your hand up.
Yes, just in something that Dan said, in terms of flats, my understanding is that flats are counted as part of the HMO count? So if a house has been divided into two...
No, they're not. They're not.
Okay, so, and Dan, I'm quite interested, because when we've had previous applications where a block of flats with 74 flats in it was part of the 50-metre radius, all 74 flats were counted.
I think it comes down to when they're an actual physical block of flats and not being converted, they're counted, but when they're subdivided, it's not put into the thing. But I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask the officer on that.
Okay, no, that's interesting, because I think what you're asking for, Dan, would make it more difficult to turn these down, because then the number of properties within a 50-metre radius would be higher, and a house divided into two flats would by nature not be an HMO. Therefore, you'd make it more difficult to hit the 10% threshold. But if that's the objective, I'm sure that officers will take that away to see if we can look at that. I think there are a couple of other bits and pieces. Dan, you very kindly said if anybody can come and talk. My understanding was we've had a meeting to which all councillors were invited and where ideas were asked for about how to toughen up the policy, and no proposals came forward.
I'm sorry, you shouldn't be debating with me. This is comments on the application. I know, but I raised several ideas in that meeting that haven't been taken forward. So I'm happy to have a chat after, but I'm not having a chat.
I think that'd be very useful.
Well, this is questions to officers.
Yes, no, okay.
Just to remind you.
And can I ask the officer what powers the local MPs have given us in law to be able to turn this down and defend this at appeal?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So two questions there. Firstly, in respect to the point about whether flats contribute to the HMO data, no, they don't, because effectively they are deemed as single dwelling houses, C3 single dwelling houses, albeit the original property has been subdivided. So the HMO data looks at HMOs, effectively. In terms of the powers for MPs, I mean, ultimately, I can only refer to the statute that is in place. I mean, the legislation has been referenced in the committee report. You know, we are governed obviously under the Town and Country Planning Act, the Use Classes Order, which defines a C3 dwelling house and a C4 HMO, both of which are basically, you know, capable of occupying up to 6 persons. So this is why you get the repeated information, often repeated in the committee report, that you know, from a local planning authority perspective, it is very, very difficult to reject. You know, so potential occupancy remains, you know, up to 6 people, you know, for both uses. So, in terms of reasons for refusal, you know, there's no particular legislation. It's a member's behest ultimately. I mean, the officers have considered the legislation and, you know, given our reasons why it should be recommended for approval.
Chair, can I just come in on the flat point on flats? In the SPD, it says where there's a 50-metre radius captures any part of a building containing residential flats, the council will endeavour to establish a number of flats that fall in part or whole within that 50-metre radius. And then it just says if this proves impossible, then all properties inside of this building will be included in the count. So I hope that helps you on the flat issue.
Have the flats been considered within this 50-metre radius under that rule?
I'll have to double check with the case officer, if you bear with me.
I mean, we can see from this plan on this particular proposal there may be several properties that are divided into flats, in which case that would count as dwellings in here, but there isn't a large block of flats of the sort that we're using in this example here. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
I think it's a useful point about flats, but it is only going to increase the number of dwellings and therefore mean that there is a lower chance of it hitting the 10% threshold. So at the moment it's at 2.7. So if it goes down to 2.3, it makes no practical difference. Could I ask the officer one question following on from his previous answer, which would be, and a yes or no answer would be helpful. Have our MPs given us a legal power to turn this down, which we could defend at appeal?
I'm not aware that there's anything specific from our MPs. No. Well, in law, you are, or the committee is the local planning authority for the purpose of making decisions. But of course, in this instance, it's at appeal. So, we've been making a recommendation to the Secretary of State. But yes, you can make a decision as you see fit, ultimately having regard to the officer's advice. I know it's not a one-word answer, but yeah.
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Judith. Some of my questions are for the objectors for other applications because there are some things in here that will affect them and they may not know the intricacies of the planning system. Firstly, how many people live in this property now?
Well,
we don't know.
It's difficult to say. We don't. It's a single. It's a single dwelling house. Ultimately, from a land use planning perspective, all we want to understand is that is it occupied as a single household, or is it an HMO?
Forgive me. How many bedrooms are there currently?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Forgive me. Sorry. How many bedrooms are there currently?
I believe it's a 3-bedroom dwelling house.
Okay, so 3 bedrooms are being added to this property, correct?
Yes, it's a 3-bedroom dwelling house.
Okay. So there's significant alterations that are occurring, presumably, yes?
Well, yes. The change of use is dependent upon the permitted development rights being built.
That's my next question. You talk about permitted development. Now, several of us know what that means, but not everybody does. Permitted development sounds like a resident can actually do what they like within certain limits to a house. Is that correct?
Well, yes, it's national legislation that gives householders rights to extend and enhance their properties.
I say that because with some HMOs in the city, what's happened is the number of bedrooms has been increased without needing to come back to us because of these permitted development rights, and we know that has occurred elsewhere. What is the Home Office? Again, home and office I understand, but what's the purpose of the Home Office?
Well, like many occupiers or many dwellings, people use a study. A lot of people work at home. It's not a separate, land use, as it were. That can still be done within the context of a C3 residential dwelling. You use a room as a home office. Yeah, more and more people do that. So I expect that the owner of the property will potentially keep that room for his or her personal home office use.
Okay. So it's for the owner of the property as opposed to the residents who live there. Is that your understanding?
Well, I can't say for sure how that arrangement will take place.
Study.
Okay, that's fine. So you've not received any information on that. That's okay. Finally, you talk about the role of the Secretary of State here, which is an appeal. So our role is what? Essentially, we are making a decision, well, not actually making a decision, because we're not making a decision. We're effectively advising the Secretary of State on what we might have done if the applicant had decided not to go to appeal. Is that correct?
That is correct. It helps to inform the planning inspector acting on behalf of the Secretary of State as to what the local authority would have done if they were the determining authority.
Right, so the decision maker is the inspector or the Secretary of State, which one?
Well, most appeals are handled by inspectors through the planning inspector appointed in the name of the Secretary of State.
Okay, that's very kind of you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Councillor Mason.
Coming to this study room on the ground floor, you will notice that beyond that there is a shower room, and beyond that there is a toilet. What is to prevent the study room being used as yet a further bedroom in this property, and can we prevent that by means of licensing and inspection? How would it be done?
Well, ultimately they're seeking consent at the moment for a C4 use or interchangeable. This would, under the current legislation for C4, that would allow up to 6 occupants. If they were to use the Home Office or start using that as a further bedroom, that would potentially get us into similar realms with other planning applications. Is this a change beyond C4? This debate that we continue to have about whether there is a material change of use going from 6-bedroom HMO to a 7-bedroom HMO. It would require a license anyway. With 6 bedrooms, I think they have more than 5 persons. Ultimately, we have a condition which requires compliance with the approved drawings. In theory, we could consider a condition restricting them to 6 bedrooms, but given that is defined in the C4 use class, it wouldn't be recommended by officers as necessary.
We're dealing with an application with plans for 6 here, but of course we are aware that this has happened in the past, and we are aware that this Chamber has decided it is a material change and would need to come back here.
Madam Chairman, as you know well, I am a cynic. And when it comes, I find a study room with an additional bathroom and shower, it begins to makes me question.
I think we all have enough experience with these applications to feel the same. I suggest we possibly look at page 13 at the space standards, which are, I think, a question from me, would be the same if there were 7 people.
Yes, that's correct.
Any comments then for finished questions?
Chair, I can answer one of the earlier points which was raised about flats versus the HMOs. I've had some conflicting advice, but yes, the data count does look at flats as well. And this, in terms of the 50-metre radius, there were 20 flats identified within that.
Thank you. Are we okay then to move on to comments and recommendations on this one? We really do understand residents' concerns, and we do often find ourselves in the position of having to approve an application like this with somewhat of a heavy heart, although we're also minded that there is a need for small HMO accommodation for people who are in need. Any comments, or maybe you'd like to move a recommendation? Sorry?
Members are here to make decisions.
George, Chancellor Fielding.
Based on the space standards that we've set out in our SPD, I don't think there's any way in which we can do anything but approve with a very heavy heart, unless any other member has any other suggestions.
Do I have anybody willing to second that?
I'm not seconding it, but I just wonder if Councillor Fielding would accept a condition. I think Councillor Mason is right to be sceptical that this is looks as if it's clearly designed to have a seventh one, so I would suggest that we put in a condition that only 6 people may occupy.
Is anybody willing to second a motion to approve? So you're willing to add that? I think that's a good idea. Subject to that additional condition, are people, anybody willing to second that motion? Thank you, Councillor Smith. Has anybody got an alternative proposal? Sanders?
I have no alternative proposal, Judith, but I'd like to make some comments, if I may, just around some of the restraints that we're having. And again, this will apply a lot to the applications that will come later on. In my cabinet role overseeing housing, I get lots of emails from private landlords who believe, frankly, this committee is anti-landlord and anti-HMO, which I find a bit odd, because I think this committee has in the past, don't know what the future holds, but in the past, taken an approach that is based around the table that is in there, that is in this application, which is based around the space standards. In my portfolio, I've been overseeing a process in which we can try and bring in, subject to consultation, additional licensing, and I welcome the support of the Conservative Party, as well as the Labour Party and the Independents as well, for that going forwards, as a way of actually dealing with several of the issues that Dan rightly raised earlier on. And one of the problems that we face, and one of the frustrations that we face, is that the planning system is, frankly, nuts as far as HMOs are concerned. Dan rightly talks about the policy that we work within. It happens to be my group, the Liberal Democrats, who, when in power on both occasions, have tried to find ways of actually dealing with this issue. And one of the problems we've had historically is that we have had to face, as the officer has outlined, the planning inspectorate, who's tended to take a different view to that of local people. So local people have tended to say, well, it's got to be a number of HMOs in a road, which seems to me to be very sensible, but the planning inspectorate has essentially told us to get lost when we've tried doing that. So I know we'll happily look at everything, Daniel, to try and do that, but it is that inspectorate that is dealing with us and is actually frustrating us and frustrating local decision makers across the country when it comes to this. I share Hugh and Gerald's and George's cynicism about extra bedrooms, and I'm sure that won't be the first time we'll raise that today. I also would say one thing, though, which is not strictly speaking planning, but is an issue that has been raised before by colleagues. The nature of how this HMO is constructed will mean that several of the benefits of people who live in HMOs will not exist. Because, as was raised by Councillor Pitt last time, the valuation office will take one look at this building and will go, it is all flats. And so you will have to pay council tax, which is another £100 a month on people's bills. I'm tempted to ask the council to write to the valuation office to save the time and hassle, should this be approved, but it is an issue affecting local residents, and I think it's an issue that people who are putting forward HMOs will have to understand and grapple with as they go forwards. And I think that's not fair on local residents, I think it's not fair on the people who live there, but it is there at the moment. So those are my comments, Madam Chairwoman. I have no alternative proposals because I think the Planning Inspectorate will give us no alternative proposals. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sanders. It's very useful, particularly to have confirmed what the valuation officer are doing about these, which is not a planning business, but it will affect the business of running an HMO. Can we move to a vote then? All those in favour of George's motion, including the condition of only 6 occupants, would they raise their hands? Okay, all those against? All those abstaining? Okay, so we have granted planning permission with a full understanding of all the matters that were very well summed up by Councillor Sanders.
Chair, just to clarify that we've agreed a resolution that will refer to the Secretary of State. So we've not granted permission, but we've
We
indicated
would have
that we
granted
would have.
permission
Yeah.
had we done it in time. Okay, good. Thank you. Well, I'm going to move on to item 2, which is 10 Rampart Gardens. And here we have a number of deputies as well. But if we could start with your presentation, please, Mr. Lloyd Davis.
Thank you, Chair. This is application 22000810 FUL, 10 Rampart Gardens in Hilsea. This is an application for a change of use from C3 dwelling house to a 4-bed house in multiple occupation, and it is a resubmission of a previously refused application. It's been called in by Councillor Weems and Councillor Peter Harris. There are deputations from, I believe we have 6 deputations, potentially. And I draw members' attention to the SMAT as well, which I'll try and briefly go through. We have this morning also received 2 further objections, which I have reviewed, and I'm satisfied that these continue to raise similar objections to those already addressed in the report, but we have had sight of those in addition to the further 4 objection comments outlined in the SMAT. So essentially these are raising issues that the landlord should be punished for operating an unlawful HMO. There are parking issues, including the boat being parked on the front drive, the behaviour of the tenants, so there are too many tenants, and who will ensure the property is used correctly. So as stated, these are considered to have been addressed in the report, but planning enforcement are aware of the issue around the parked boat. However, the storing of the boat is understood to be temporary. There's no indication at the current time that this would result in the permanent loss of a parking space. As things stand, the property retains 2 off-street parking spaces in compliance with SPD parking standards, and the utility of these spaces would need to be agreed between the property owner and the tenants. With regard to the identified storeroom, if this were to become occupied, this would take the level of occupancy to 5, and therefore the property would require an HMO licence. Therefore, this issue would be dealt with by licensing private sector housing, who are aware of the issues at the property. Paragraph 410 of the report, the standard for shower rooms should be identified as 2.74 square metres, and the standard for communal living area should be amended to 34 square metres. And then at paragraph 4.6, it incorrectly refers to an HMO at 302 Queen's Road. This was pulled into the report in error, should be disregarded, and there are no other HMOs within the 50-metre radius. And finally, because this is a retrospective application, i.e. the HMO is already in use, condition 1 is to be removed, the time limit, because it has already commenced. The remaining conditions should be renumbered, and similarly the cycle storage condition is to be amended to reflect that, so it gives them 3 months within the date of planning permission to provide it. To take you through the presentation, so the property is located on the east side of Rampart Gardens in a terrace of 5 properties as shown. The HMO data count in terms of the 50-metre radius has found no other existing HMOs in the area, so somehow it's 1.1, with this property 1.17% figure, so well within the policy requirements. Although the HMO data, the count data does, for the benefit of officers, identify flats, the percentage, as required under the policy, looks at the HMOs. So the HMO position is 1.17%. That's my understanding. In terms of the floor plans, you have 2 existing bedrooms at ground floor, kitchen, diner, living room at first floor, and 2 further bedrooms on the top floor. The main change with this application is in respect on the second floor. There is a storeroom identified. There was a previous application which was refused under officer delegated powers because in that application referenced 22000105, that storeroom was shown as a 5th bedroom. It was refused because of lack of light and outlook, because in accordance with some of the pictures here, if I could just whiz through to the storeroom, it has these high-level windows, which are deemed unacceptable in reference to our standards in terms of light and outlook. It has also been discussed with licensing that this room would not be licensable. It would not meet their standards. So as things stand, it's a 4-bedroom HMO. The applicants are now showing on the submitted plans that the previously shown 5th bedroom would be used as a storeroom, and it would obviously prevent them potentially also getting a license, which only comes into play with 5 persons. The recommendation is to approve. This is subject to removal of condition 1 as stated, as set out in the SMAT. So approved plans and cycle storage. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just a quick one, Judith. Are we okay to go through the residents' objections first, just because the flat thing has changed my deputation? I would like to quickly edit it. And I know that Councillor Scott Bay-Harris said we usually do the residents' deputations before councillors. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks so much.
Chair, could you put the microphone on, please? Just because we can't hear you very well.
Thank you very much. We have deputations from Jonathan McDermott. Are you here? Okay, and from 2 local residents. Are they here? Could you give your names, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm Megan Zheleskova.
Hi, sorry, I'm Alex Daskalov.
Thank you very much. So if I could ask for Jonathan McDermott, I think is the agent for this application, to go first.
The objectors go first.
Oh, okay. It's very complicated, this isn't it? Elvis, if you could go first yourself then, please.
Dear members of the committee, my name is Megan Zheleskova and my partner and I own the property at 11 Rampart Gardens. 3 years ago, on this very same day, 10th of August, we moved into said property. This is our first house and I was so happy that we were finally able to afford our dream home and start a family. Do you know what my first memory of our house was? The occupants of number 10 having a blast in their backyard, yelling, laughing and urinating in the communal back alley until the wee hours of the night. After saving all those years to be able to buy a house in a nice family neighborhood, I was completely devastated. We were led to believe that 10 Rampart Gardens was occupied by a family, so imagine our surprise when it came to light that we have moved next to an illegal HMO. None of the legal searches done by our solicitors showed any HMOs in the area because the owner had failed to notify the authorities that the property at number 10 is not used as a class 3 dwelling anymore. We tried to be civil with the occupants of number 10, but we were met with aggression. For the past 3 years, my partner and I have had to endure threats, bullying, antisocial behavior, foul language, inappropriate and homophobic remarks, damage to our property, denying us access to our own driveway, verbal abuse and obscene gestures, loud music and thumping bass at all times of day and night, and parties in the wee hours of the night. That all resulted in us contacting Portsmouth City Council and even the police, after trying to reason with the landlady for a whole year to no avail. We have hardly had a full night's sleep since we bought our house. The landlady is not a resident of Rampart Gardens and has no interest in the area or its residents, doing nothing to address the neighbors' concerns. Please mind that this is not your average shared house where unrelated adults that don't know each other share the same roof but have their own space. The occupants of 10 Rampart Gardens are all taxi drivers. They are an organized union who work together, live together, party together, and intimidate the neighbors together as a group. All of the neighbors' complaints are being effectively shut down by their sheer number. On more than one occasion, the occupants of number 10 told me and my partner that we must be scared of them. They even started threatening us in order to prevent us from maintaining our property in normal business hours, and after we always had the courtesy to warn them prior to any work. I have to say that I do not feel safe living next to this house filled with abusive individuals who has been completely anonymous to the community for years. They have come and knocked on our door seconds after my partner has left, simply to intimidate me. They have taken pictures of our cars in the middle of the night. They have gone and harassed an elderly lady down the street simply because she was seen talking to us. And recently they maliciously blocked our car and denied us access to our own property, and then started filming us on their phones, trying to provoke us to get a reaction out of us. The constant lack of sleep and the fear and anxiety which I suffer because of the occupants of number 10's threats and bullying behavior started having detrimental effect on my health. My partner and I moved to Rampart Gardens, a very family-oriented street, to start a family. Unfortunately, 3 years later, our lives are still being on pause because we cannot imagine to raise children in this hostile environment. Statistically, properties in Rampart Gardens have sold more frequently than any other road in this area, and only since number 10 was turned into a taxi depot and up to 7 people started residing in the 4-bedroom property. Furthermore, taxis are coming and going from our quiet cul-de-sac street at all times of day and night, which causes disruption to the whole community. Number 10 generates up to 7 taxi vehicles that park along Military Road and Forgrove Crescent. The extra vehicles have had a detrimental impact on the community, with many people having to change their front garden into parking spaces as they fail to find anywhere to park their one family car. People are not complaining about residential rental properties, as there are several around here. The issue is this property was bought as a residential property and advertised illegally as an HMO. Please, do not grant this application. You surely have to do what is best for the area and the majority of residents, those who abide by the laws set out. There are more than 200 signatures against this conversion and more than 35 objections by the local residents. Granting this application will initiate a certain demise of the area and will ruin the positive spirit of our close-knit, family-oriented community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have yourself, yes, please?
Right. So, here we go. Dear members of the committee, my name is Alex Daskalov, and I live at 11 Rampart Gardens, and I'm directly affected by the antisocial behavior of the occupants of number 10. Now, Rampart Gardens is a family-oriented residential neighborhood made up primarily of families and homeowners. The existence of an illegal HMO has had a very negative impact on the area. Making this an official HMO will only further deepen the existing problems, but moreover, it will introduce a commercial aspect and encourage living at overcapacity in this quiet family neighborhood. Now, the landlady of 10 Rampart Gardens, she's undermining the council's authority by illegally renting out the house as an HMO, and she's been doing this for years, despite not having the necessary approval in place, despite not even seeking approval until now, and despite the previous application being rejected. So this trial period has successfully proven that such a property does not fit well in the neighborhood, and the occupants of said property have no interest to integrate in any way into the local community. Now, they've said numerous times that they do not consider this to be their home. They've actually, in the first weeks after we moved in, they were trying to bond with us over the fact that, in their words, England is a dump, the houses are awful, they would never invest in a property here. So basically, they do not need to live in here. It's just their choice to come, make some money, and just send them back to their families back home, whatever that is. So just the point is you should really not grant this application because this would blatantly reward and encourage illegal behavior on the landlady's side. I mean, this would simply send the message to other prospective landlords that they can run illegal shared houses around the city under the radar, hoping they don't get noticed. But even if they do, they would only just be granted license retrospectively. So this is just, in my opinion, sending out the wrong message. Now, over the past few years, the number of occupants at 10 Rampart Gardens has risen steadily and has long exceeded the capacity of the property. Over the past year alone, at least 6 separate male taxi drivers were continuously residing in the property, each with their own commercial vehicle, plus an additional female occupant. And this is not counting the occasional visitors who would stay for a few weeks and then disappear, never to be seen again, which is to anybody's guess what they were doing at that property. But this is just down to poor management on the landlady's side on the property. So, Portsmouth City Council deems this house is suitable for 4 people, but the property has been overcrowded beyond capacity for many years, and this is likely to continue if a license is granted. Now, the 5th bedroom is currently being labelled as a storeroom in the resubmitted application, but who will monitor the property and prevent that said storeroom being used as a 5th bedroom once the application is granted and the focus is shifted off this property? Because left on their own, the occupants will simply ignore the 4-person limit and continue to abuse the system by overcrowding the property, as this means cheaper rent for them. The more people they get into that property, the better for them. And this again comes down to a poor management from the landlady herself, because she is unaware of how many people reside in that property. The current arrangement has been there's only one person on the tenancy agreement, and he's been left to sublet to as many other people as he wants. So again, this just shows the lack of control exerted on the property by the landlady. Now, furthermore, I would like to add that having looked at the proposed layout, it becomes evident that the property has been extensively modified from the original layout. The original properties on Rampart Gardens, they don't have a capacity for more than 3 bedrooms. So, in order to overcome this limitation, the landlady has moved the kitchen from the ground floor, where it belongs, to the 1st floor, sacrificing some of the living room space in order to be able to use the freed space on the ground floor as an additional bedroom. Now, the design intent in these houses is for the kitchen to be on the ground floor, as otherwise, when moved to the 1st floor, this causes a lot of disturbance. When almost every single night, occupants from number 10, they're taxi drivers, they drive odd hours, so they would come in the middle of the night and start cooking dinner. So this, having the kitchen on the 1st floor, that would directly affect us, because cooking smells and cooking noises would directly penetrate our bedrooms, just disturbing our sleep, and this is every single night. So the occupants of number 10 Rampart Gardens, they're all taxi drivers, and they're running their taxi business from the property at all times of day and night, using it as a taxi station. Now, the constant coming and going of taxis from the property, accompanied with the banging of doors at all hours of the night, disrupts the sleep of many of the residents. Lights flashing in bedroom windows, just trying to cram so many vehicles.
I'm worried about the time of this. If you remember, there's only a limited amount of time for...
I don't know how much time I've got left, but I'm nearly at the end. Just to conclude, in conclusion, before making a decision, please consider the following. You're not deciding whether to grant a permission to an average HMO, as the rest of the shared houses throughout the city. You're voting to support the continuous operation of a taxi depot business with a fleet of at least 6 commercial vehicles, who also run a boat restoration business on the side, because the boat that is currently occupied the driveway, this is the 3rd boat over the past 12 months. They just come and go. Boats would come, get restored, get sold, a new one arrives. So, you're voting to support an organized taxi union that makes a mockery of the way of life of an entire neighborhood who would just like to continue with their peaceful, quiet lives. You're voting to condone illegal behaviour, sending a clear message to prospective landlords that they can just operate HMOs illegally until get caught and then just be granted a license retrospectively. So I just implore you, please do not destroy our peaceful family neighbourhood with just granting this license, because this would just... Yeah, this would just...
Of course, we're not like granting a licence here. We're not the licensing authority.
Yeah, but I mean just
we're granting
granting the permission.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I move now to Jonathan McDermott, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Members.
You have 6 minutes for clarification.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members. If I may just very quickly almost fire off a correction to the correction on the supplementary matters list. My great respect to Nick, because we've had conversations on this report. Where the supplementary matters tries to update the standard for communal living area to 34 square metres, this is technically incorrect. It should be, as published, 24 square metres, primarily because the property can only occupy 4 persons under the licensing thresholds, and therefore you should be looking at this as if it is a 4-person HMO. That being said, I just wanted to sort of touch upon the background behind the application, why we had to make a retrospective application in the first instance, and what has happened since. So the first application was submitted following an enforcement complaint against the property. The enforcement team had detected that the tenants had sublet, unbeknownst to my client. My client is now very much aware, and I have sent a further email to her today reflecting upon the objections received that I have just sat and heard. The application was subsequently made for the property in the configuration that was presented. That is a house of multiple occupation where that storeroom was being utilised as a bedroom. The application was rightly refused by the local planning authority and subsequently amended. Now, the sole reason for refusal of that first application was that storeroom, that bedroom number 5. The decision taken by my client, as advised by us, was to effectively delete that storeroom out of the equation, so to remove that from circulation as a bedroom and to have it as such. That essentially addresses the previous sole reason for refusal, and in part, members, whilst it is completely your decision, you must have regard to that previous decision as a material consideration. In terms of the issues relating to business use being run at the property, I can only assure members that the application before them is for a 4-person HMO, and that is how we see it as planning consultants. It is for members to decide whether or not they want to impose any restrictive conditions on the application over and above what has already been mentioned by your officers, on, say, the storeroom or on the number of occupants, thus allowing for breach of planning condition to be brought forward should the tenants choose to over-occupy again. The final comment, just in terms of the mood music in the room, the talent of a planning consultant essentially is to listen, and certainly to listen to comments made by learned councillors. In terms of the block of flats that was included within the count, if we were to delete that from the count, the property would result in 1 in 25, so 1 HMO in 25 properties. I did a brief count whilst Nick was presenting. That results in a 4% density of HMOs within this area, so still well below the 10%. In respect of all of the other standards you have in your HMO SPD, the property would comply, and therefore your officer's recommendation is fundamentally correct on all of the planning issues. I thank you for your attention and wait for the debate.
Thank you for your deputation. Thank you. We now have a deputation from Councillor Simpson, please. Oh, okay. Councillor Weems.
Sorry, is it not Simpson
Harris
first?
Sorry?
if you want, yeah. Are you happy with that, Chair, if I go first?
Yes, that's fine. I've got a list here that isn't in a very logical order. So
That's fine, then I'll crack on then. I just wanted to touch on something that Councillor Bernard-Jackson has emailed me about, just for clarity. So within that meeting to do with HMOs, to do with the data set that Ian Maguire's mentioned, that's actually Councillor Swan brought that. My personal one was about...
Yeah, can we avoid this being a general debate? We need to...
Oh, no, it relates to the application as well. So one of my arguments is we should be trying to edit the actual, the 50-metre radius. I asked the question that we could do different radii for different parts of the city, and that was accepted, but obviously not brought forward. Regarding the application, so apologies, Chair.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Megan and Alex for coming today. It is very brave of them to show their faces in the public domain. As councillors, obviously that is something that kind of comes with the job, but as a resident, they shouldn't have to be showing their face to the wider city. This is a very personal application. I'd also like to thank Mr McDermott for coming. I can see he's got a very busy day ahead of him. There's 3 applications on the agenda, so I just want to thank him for taking time out of his day. Regarding the application in general, for many months now, the occupants of number 10 Rampant Gardens have been operating an illegal HMO for the best part of 2 years. The letting agent has advertised the property as a HMO on their website several times, and because of this, I can only assume the owner was aware, and only when neighbours raised concerns about the illegal HMO did the owner make the application. Very happy to take the money for as long as they can, and then obviously when the law came to buck, they had to get an application made. This retrospective action is appalling. What kind of message do we send to landlords? Like, feel free to float the rules as long as you want, but when it comes to the actual crux of the matter, then make the application. There appears to be no communication between council departments either. I raised time and time again the number of licensed taxis at this property, and not once did the licensing manager thought to bring this to the attention of the housing team. I had to do it. The current number of tenants, and I use the words tenants with gritted teeth, is around 6 to 7 persons, all of whom are taxi drivers. This leads me on to the following section of the report. As stated in section 4.15, this is my favourite copy and paste paragraph, in terms of the impact on the living conditions of the adjoining occupiers, it is considered that the level of activity associated with the use of any property as a dwelling class C3 for a single family would be unlikely to be significantly different than the occupation of the property by up to 6 unrelated persons as a HMO. I still don't understand that comment. It's ridiculous, really. I don't know about you, but I've never experienced a typical family operating a business from their home, working all sorts of hours, or indeed having more than 4 cars. Maybe my experience of a family unit is vastly different, but I'm not sure this application can be compared to the average household in Rampant and Military Road. I'm sure Alex and Megan, who came here today, don't operate taxis at all sorts of hours of the evening. Furthermore, section 9.1 to 9.10 of the SPD discusses the negative impacts of HMO concentrations on local communities and points to the environmental effects of HMO concentration. However, given that there is no over-concentration of HMOs within the surrounding area in this case, it is considered that the impact of one further HMO would not be significantly harmful. That then leads me on to the issue with our data set. We have such poor data at this council, and it is ridiculously outdated. The fact that we don't even include flats, even though we should be, is something I object to this application. Possibly you could even object to it saying that you don't have the data to make a correct decision. That would be something I would recommend. Before the committee today, we have hundreds of objections and signatures against this application because of the current impact of this property on the surrounding neighbourhood. I understand that officers must work around a given policy, but what kind of message are we sending to residents that, as I say again, if you ignore the rules, nothing will happen? The next point I want to address is the number of cars at the property. The City Council's parking standards, SPD, sets the level of off-road parking facilities for new developments within the city and places a requirement of 2 off-road spaces for Class C4 HMOs with 4 bedrooms. This property does have that, I will admit. It has 2 off-road spaces, but if you have 4 taxi drivers in a property, can someone tell me how many taxis and how many cars are going to be at the road? It will be 4. The council also adopts the parking standards and provides space for the storage of 4 bicycles. I'm not sure, but when I get a taxi, I never seem to be on the back of a push bike. I seem to be in a vehicle. So that's another weird requirement I don't understand with this application. I mean, I think cycling should be encouraged, but I don't see it being used in this property. I also have several pictures on my phone showing at least 5 cars operating out of this property, yet we're limiting it to 2 spaces. And not to mention the boat, I understand people have hobbies, but if you're operating another business outside of that property, that's another issue to be discussed. I would also like members just to read this section of the report, if nothing else. Just take 30 seconds now, appreciate the strength of feeling against this application. The evidence is there that they won't adhere to the licence or indeed the application imposed. There are more than 4 people living at this property. That storeroom is going to be used as a bedroom. There's a bloody bed in it now. Like, come on, it's ridiculous. And the only thing I will say to the applicants and indeed the landlord, not threatening in any way, shape or form, is I will make sure that it is looked at weekly to make sure that there isn't more than 4 people living at this property. So if you do want to sublet it, and whoever is going to be in charge of this property, just know I will be looking at it and you will lose money. It will come out of your pocket. You will not be able to rent to more than 4 people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have Councillor Peter Harris, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Planning Committee. I mean, we're here once again to discuss one of the dreaded HMOs. I mean, it's very unfortunate. I wish for the committee to understand and realise the considerable agitation that has been caused around this application. I mean, personally, I don't think I've had as much engagement in casework with the community like I have within this application. And you've already heard some very powerful deputations already, and I wish you'd place significant weight to those. I think it's also telling that you have all 3 ward councillors here together today in unison to back the residents who are widely in the majority that they feel that this is wrong. I'd also like to thank the agent for the application. I think he gave us a bit of revisionist history. Wouldn't be what I would have said, but you know, I think it was a bit revisionist, and I hope you place significant weight to that. This application is based upon certain variables you consider stated in 1.2 of your report. The principle of development, the standard of accommodation, parking, amenity impacts upon neighbouring residents, and impact upon the Solent Special Protection Area and Ramsar sites. I mean, the standard of accommodation is important within this application, as they are in all. We've already noted that on one basis, this application has already been refused on the 5th bedroom. Now, I'm not going to come here and insult you as a committee, and I think that's what the application has actually done. And you know, it's clear that the change from the 5th bedroom to a storeroom is a technical change for you guys today. I don't think it's actually true. It's not a true representation of what is already in practice, in my opinion. There are already multiple people living within the property, more so than the 4 bedrooms which have been proposed. So the applicant has simply changed the wording of bedroom 5 to storeroom to ensure that the recommendation is changed. You know, that's apparent. I mean, that is quite clear. Even the picture shown today to you by our own officers, the storeroom is shown as a room with a bed in. You know, it's there. So you guys have had it already today. The supplementary matters report has already said it will be dealt with by private sector housing as this room is occupied. Well, it is occupied, and therefore the property will require a licence. Well, it's going to need to require a licence. You know, that is what's happening. I mean, it's a question, if I was a member of the committee today, the first question I'd ask, how many live in this household now? How many rooms are occupied? And I hope those questions are fleshed out in a moment, and I'm sure Councillor Sanders probably will ask that question. Now, I know that there's more than this, because I know there are at least 5 taxis which are associated with the property, and sometimes there's been even more. Some of these taxis are not registered in Portsmouth. They're actually outside our licensing regime from that perspective about some of the behaviours, though they're registered in Wolverhampton, which would be no surprise to anyone in this chamber. I don't need to explain any further on that, because you're all quite bright and you can all quite work out what is really happening here, despite what you're being told by the agent. Now let's just move on to amenity, and I think in 4.15 of your report you've heard this statement already about, in terms of the living conditions of the adjoining occupiers, it is considered that the level of activity associated with the use of any property as a dwelling house class C3 for a single family would be unlikely to be significantly different than occupation of a property up to 6 unrelated persons as a HMO. Well, that doesn't stack up, because I don't know any normal family that has 5 or 6 taxi drivers living there. If anyone does, please enlighten me. I would really like to find out, because I don't know anywhere else in the city that has a normal family like that. We've got the supplementary matters makes reference to the boat usage. I think the deputation actually really stated that this is the 3rd boat which is being renovated on the drive and then sold, I believe, for a profit. Environmental health are aware, planning enforcement are aware, because I made them aware. They've said they're investigating it, but now they say they're not sure, so I don't actually know what's going on. But I think generally when you sell things for a profit, it generally means you're in a business. And when you're on your third boat, I'd probably say it probably is a business that is potentially running from the site. Boats aren't cheap to buy, for one thing, nor are they cheap to restore. It's my belief that it is running from the property and it is a removal of the parking space effectively, because that would then be in a breach of the SPD, which states 2 parking spaces must be provided. I think the boat issue has probably raised more questions than answers and probably muddied the waters further, because I don't think the supplementary matters fully covers what is really going on there. Again, I'll leave it up to you guys to come to a conclusion about the comments I've made with regards to the boat. I'm just going to move on to another bit, is 4.26 of the report, and this is really something that has annoyed me, and I don't often get annoyed with stuff like this, but it says there's been much attention to the property through planning enforcement and through the course of both applications from residents, councillors and MPs. This is generally focused on the behaviour of the tenants, and there would appear to be a neighbour dispute with accusations from both parties. The behaviour of tenants is not material planning consideration, but I get that. Now I take issue with the paragraph which says about a neighbour dispute, a neighbour on neighbour dispute, because that's not the case. I mean, the strength of feeling from the entire community is apparent within the area. I think that's heavily disrespectful to the residents that live there, to the residents who've objected, in their hundreds, not 10, not 20, but over 200 in the immediate area. It's disrespectful to frame it in that way, and, personally, I don't think that's acceptable, and I think that needs to be clarified very quickly from the officers. I know previously we've had a restriction placed on HMO with limits to 4 people in a recommendation which was given to officers at this committee. I believe that was put on a different application. I think Councillor Sanders would have put that forward. If I'm incorrect, Councillor Sanders, can you correct me? I do remember one, I think about 18 months ago, where you restricted it to 4 people in Shadwell Road. I think as a committee you're in an unenviable position to decide the application. I mean, if you're minded to pass it, if you are minded to, I'd ask you to consider the condition that I've just stated, because I think that would actually place a planning condition on the property as well, so that it ensure that that cannot be contravened or changed. If you were minded to defer the outcome, I'd be grateful for that, because I think the boat investigation is important as well. I think you need to hear the facts on that. However, I do hope you do the right thing, listen to the things that we've said, and potentially refuse it.
Thank you. Can I now turn to Councillor Russell Simpson?
Thank you, Chair. Today we witnessed probably one of the biggest appeals against an HMO in Portsmouth's history. All 3 councillors of the same ward are reading deputations, hundreds of neighbours making their voices heard of how this illegal HMO has impacted their everyday family lives, and let's not forget the countless reports of antisocial behaviour already committed. So why are the residents so strongly against this? Let me tell you my short story. I have only been councillor for 3 months, and during my campaign in March to May, this illegal HMO came up over and over again from residents while I was canvassing. Let me read a few of the comments said. The property is being used as a taxi depot. They play loud music at antisocial times and when confronted become abusive. They litter our streets and have no consideration for their neighbours and when confronted become aggressive. These were just some of the things said to me, not as a councillor, but as a Hillsey resident running. I knew if I won, this would be one of my first challenges, to help the residents not only of Rampart Gardens, but of Military Road, Fairgrove Crescent, Perone Road, Carronade Walk and Fountains Place. The landlady isn't interested in what has been reported. This is why her reaction today is to apply for planning permission so that her legal HMO can become an HMO, which has already spoilt a traditional family residential area and continued the terror that has been going on for over a year. This wolfpack mentality has been a burden to Rampant Gardens and needs to stop. Offering planning permission today would not only be irresponsible, but would add fuel to an already raging bonfire. So I'd like to suggest that due to the intensity of the use of the accommodation, the impact of parking, waste, amenity impact upon neighbouring residents, and continuous antisocial behaviour, that the planning committee reject this application today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now need to move on to questions to the planning officer, please.
Just for clarification, 410, we gather the required standard for the combined living area would be 34 square metres, and it does not quite reach that. Is that correct? That it does not actually meet our requirements?
As alluded to by the agent for this, I am corrected in terms of what we stated in the SMAT, that the standard required, because this is between 3 to 5 bedrooms, would actually be 22 and a half. So it would be well in excess, in actual fact, of the required standard. Recognising that one of the bedrooms is below 10 square metres, but I think the determining issue here is the number of occupiers, the number of bedrooms. So that is a correction to the SMAT. I would strike that out.
Sorry, that was based on the number of persons. It's 3 to 5 persons or 6 to 10 persons. So 3 to 5 persons, the required standard is 24 metres squared, and 6 to 10 persons is 34 metres squared.
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. How long does an application have to be between occupation and application? So how long is a normal retrospective application?
Well,
or is that as long as a piece of string?
Potentially long as a piece of string. I mean, ultimately, there are cut-off points in law in terms of uses that are not brought to the attention of the planning authority if they are unauthorised in planning terms. You know, in the case of formation of a dwelling house, you know, within 4 years, they become they can argue that they are lawful. Similarly, for other changes of use, after 10 years, they can be deemed lawful in the absence of it being identified or picked up through planning enforcement. So this has already been looked at by the planning enforcement team. So that's the only potential cut-off point, but there's no obligation, there's no other sort of time frame by which a retrospective application would be required, for example.
So the accusation made by one of the deputies that this has been a HMO for 3 years, illegally, actually in planning law is not illegal, because there is no cut-off date between it becoming something and people applying for it. Is that correct? Or it hasn't met the cut-off date?
Well, they have made a material change of use having regard to the Article 4 direction that we have, which normally allows interchangeable use between C3 and C4 in Portsmouth. So they have made a material change of use that requires planning permission, which they have done now retrospectively following an enforcement investigation. Now, they could, after a period of trying to remember for HMOs, if it's 4 years or 10 years for HMOs, they would need 10 years, of activity without formal enforcement action being taken to be able to argue that that has become lawful. But the fact of the matter is that it has been picked up and we are dealing with it by way of a retrospective application.
That was my only question, Judith.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Chair, can I just ask, you say there's been on 4.26, there's been much attention from the planning, enforcement and others, and etc. about it. And there's been mention from several people about the property being used as a business. Where is that data? Have we seen that? Is there, there's been a lot happening. Where is that data?
Well, I mean, we're aware that representations have raised the fact that this is used or is argued to be being used as a business. Ultimately, we determine the application before us, which is for change of use to an HMO. If this could be a continued enforcement investigation, there is a question in law that could be looked at as to whether or not there is in fact a material change of use from an HMO to a taxi business, which I believe is a sui generis use, and that in itself, the formation of a business would require permission. The question, that is in a sense a separate matter to the application that's before us at the moment. Whether there is a an actual material change of use to a business would need to be separately looked at by planning enforcement and acted upon accordingly. But it's that is separate to the application before us today.
Chair, but I would argue, given the amount of information that's come to us from residents and local people, that it is being run as a business, and that would need to be looked at before we make any decision today.
Well, I've got a few points really based on the comments that have been made in deputations as well. I mean, one, of course, is that this is a retrospective application, and as a local planning authority, this is before us to regularise the position. There is an unauthorised HMO use taking place at the property. This application has come in to regularise that following investigation by planning enforcement. So in a sense, it is incumbent upon us to bear that in mind. They've now put in an application to correct the fact that they didn't do that in the first place, which is not illegal for them to make a material change of use without planning permission. It's incumbent upon us to regularise the position.
Councillor Mason.
Are we able, by condition, to require that this property shall be used as a residential property and there shall be no business carried out on the premises? First question. And second question, are we able to ensure by condition that this property be used for no more than 4 unrelated persons?
Yes, I mean, we could certainly have a condition restricting the occupancy to the 4 bedrooms or to 4 persons. Potentially there has been a recent appeal decision, I believe, in respect of one at Copner Road, where an inspector did accept that. It's not ordinarily recommended by officers because we work within the use classes order and the permissions that gives for up to 6 persons being within a C4 use. So in a sense, if we were to grant permission for a C4 use, that would allow occupancy up to 6 persons. But there is some precedent that would suggest a specific condition could be added to require occupancy by no more than, I think that I'd have to double check whether it's 4 persons or 4 bedrooms, but if you can leave that with me, I'll just clarify that.
The application's for 4 bedrooms, isn't it? I think 2 of the rooms could take 2 people each, so it could actually have up to 6 persons.
Yeah, I think on the basis of the appeal decision, it would be open to members to put forward that condition, that it's occupied by no more than 4 persons. I think the other thing, in terms of business use, again, if this were to be granted, this would be a residential HMO. Any subsequent business use would need to be pursued separately. I mean, I think it's probably unreasonable to impose such a condition, but an informative could be added, and certainly I've no doubt the planning enforcement team would, with councillors monitoring the position, would certainly keep an eye on that. I mean, I think the planning enforcement team could investigate that on an ongoing basis.
Councillor Madgwick.
Thank you. Could you confirm the timestamp of the photos that you showed us in the report, please?
I can ask the question. I'll see if I've got the information to hand.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly relevant because if we've declined an application or rejected an application based on this supposed storeroom, which is an absolute joke if anyone believes that, then they've rejected the application, our officers have gone out for a new application, and bearing in mind the landlord is fully aware that that's illegal and we rejected it, they've gone and retained that and allowed it to continue, and we've taken photos of it. So I think it's really important to know if the date of that photo was before the first application or in between the first and the second application, because if it's between the first and the second, there's clearly no room to state that they're going to intend to use it as a storeroom.
you want to...
The application, the description of the development is for a 4-bed house in multiple occupation, so they cannot use the 5th room as a bedroom.
But they're going to. So
We're here to determine the application that's before us.
Yeah, with the evidence that's been supplied by the report. So we need to know what the evidence is to report and whether it's factually correct in the date and time.
It's not actually relevant whether it was before or after.
Of course it's relevant. You've got deputations here today. I'm sorry, no. You've got deputations here today from people that are having stress for years, that have been absolutely criminalised. From a licensing department, we're getting reports of these drivers all the time. It's completely and utterly immoral. I want to know if this landlady is responsible or not, and if she's listened to this committee's guidance on not using it as a storeroom in between the two applications. It is relevant.
If I could possibly respond on that. I mean, say, for example, argument's sake, that this is still in current use as a 5th bedroom. This would certainly be in breach of the... I mean, obviously, we've previously refused permission on the grounds of the use of that as a bedroom. I mean, you know, in a sense, by granting permission for this HMO, restricting it to a 4-person HMO. Again, I've had some reservations about that in terms of the legality or appropriateness of that from a planning perspective, but at least it would provide the local planning authority a basis for continued enforcement investigations. It would set a bar, a benchmark, that it would be 4-person occupancy, and give us a little bit of extra strength in terms of monitoring things going forward, because otherwise it's possible that they will continue to use it without the rigour of a planning permission, defining the terms of their use. So it's an opportunity for us, or for you as members, to perhaps define some of those restrictions, to put some of those down.
So whether the...
Chair, can I just come in?
Let me just...
The application is for a 4-bedroomed house in multiple occupation. 2 of the bedrooms fit the standard that 2 people could reside in them. So I wouldn't be advising you to put on a condition limiting it to 4 persons. It would be 6, which is the limit for that use anyway, so I wouldn't advise you to put on a condition for 6 either. Doesn't meet the tests.
I'm afraid I can't take further deputations either. I'm sorry.
Chair, I could provide one more query just on that. In terms of, we could apply a condition reinforcing the point that the storeroom is not to be used as a bedroom.
Right. I get it. Right, but we need to know, as a committee, we need to know if this applicant, landlady, is a responsible person. Everything at the moment is signalling that she's not. How do we know, honestly, if this... Is an officer going to go there every day to check the storeroom? Because I suggested that's what should happen, because it's clearly being used as a bedroom. And the clear intention is to be used as a bedroom. We've got to judge it, as the legal advisor says, on the application today, but as a committee we've got to make a judged, balanced decision on whether, beyond a reasonable doubt, this applicant, landlady, is a responsible applicant.
I think we really have to remember what the difference is between planning and licensing. Licensing will have a big job keeping this done, and that is exactly the job they need to do, and I know Councillor Sanders has been trying to support the licensing department to do its job better and more often, and so on and so forth. But I mean, this could conceivably be an application being made by somebody who wanted to purchase the property, nothing to do with the existing occupant, and for that reason, planning law doesn't extend to making decisions based on the person who's applied for it.
Okay, maybe I've got a simpler question then. It says in the report that the storing of the boat is understood to be temporary, and there's no indication at current time that it would result in a permanent loss of parking space. How can that be justifiable when there's a repeated boat non-stop there for years? Clearly that's a loss of a parking space.
That's a good question, and that would be useful to know.
Well, again, in planning terms, in land use planning terms, unless that is a sort of permanent structure, as far as we're concerned, that there are 2 parking spaces there, and it is a matter between the the tenants and the owner of the property to regularise the use of those spaces. But the local highway authority is satisfied.
Councillor Fielding.
I think we've covered what I was going to discuss, which is more on the basis that we put a condition on the... I'll pose it as a question. Are we able to put a condition on there restricting the use of the storeroom as that, and it cannot be used as a further bedroom? And also, because we're aware of the continued business use of the premises, that we put a condition saying that it can be only used for residential purposes, and that would, in effect, apply to it being used as a taxi business or the renovation of boats, because as long as we're saying the land use is there for residential purposes only and it cannot be used for business use.
Firstly, yes, in respect to the storeroom, adding a condition to state that it is not used as a bedroom at any time, that could be added. In terms of potential business use, again, the application is clearly for a house in multiple occupation. Any permission granted would be made on that basis.
No, I would be advising you not to put one on because it doesn't meet the test. We're permitting a C4, C3 use here. That does not allow you to run a business from your property. So therefore, the use itself restricts the business use as such.
In which case, can we put in an advisory that we're aware of the pre-existing use of the land for business purposes?
Nick suggested, the planning officer, Nick Lloyd-Davies, suggested putting on an informative that it would not be used for business use, which would be acceptable.
Are we at the point, do you think we can move beyond questions towards comments and recommendations?
Do we have any knowledge of
Councillor Madrick.
Thank you very much. Do we have any knowledge about how many people actually live there at the moment and how many bedrooms are actually in use at this moment in time?
I think we're going to be told that's irrelevant again, sadly. It's
everything's irrelevant, isn't it?
We're looking at the use of the building, not the users.
Well, yeah, what's the definition of a store cupboard then?
Councillor Sanders.
I shall wait until we move to comments.
Are we going to move to comments now? Comments? Okay, Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Judith. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning enforcement team for actually doing something, because without that, this would not be here. This is a retrospective application, which for those people who don't know what that means that essentially the applicant knows what's going on and has done it already and has applied for planning permission to make it legal. When I walked in here, having read the papers, I was going to recommend a condition to limit this to 4 people. That seems logical. I would, on an aside, I would suggest that given the stuff from landlords in this city which says if you need a licence you put up the rent by 15 quid a month, that may or may not be a commercial incentive. I doubt it very much. And then I saw the evidence, particularly the photograph of a storeroom, which was a 5th bedroom, which had been removed or had been refused previously on the grounds that it wasn't big enough, with a bed in it. Now, a reasonable person, and we're all meant to be reasonable people here, a reasonable person would reasonably assume that that 5th room was a bedroom because it had a bed in it. That, on the basis of the evidence that we've seen, goes against the previous refusal, which was for the bedroom, and Mr. Lloyd-Davies outlined that that was the bedroom that was the source of the refusal. It having a bed in it indicates that it is a bedroom and not a storeroom. Therefore, in my view, the applicant has broken the previous planning permission. Therefore, Because no, Judith, hang on. Because the previous planning permission has been broken, and we have visual evidence of it being broken, they can hardly deny there's a bed in it. I would argue that we should refuse the application on the grounds that it would affect the amenity of the individuals who are living in there, as well as the amenity of the neighbours through over-intensive development, and as such defies PCS 23, which is a mixed and balanced community. I believe that with those photographs that Mr. Lloyd Davis has kindly shown us, that may have more than a chance of being sustained at appeal. I'd like to see the developers try it on. So I'm proposing a refusal of this application on the grounds that it defies PCS 23, on the grounds of the evidence that we have seen indicates that there is insufficient amenity for the future residents as well as the neighbours.
Just to correct the fact that there wasn't a planning application, it was refused before. There is no planning application on this. There's
a planning application number which is connected to the relevant paragraph of the refusal.
No planning permission.
It was refused.
Yes, it was refused.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, Judith.
Councillor Smith.
I'd second that.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you. This is a strange one, and I think to thank people who've come to speak. Can I suggest if there are problems, and this is advice to everybody in the city, with noise late at night, antisocial behaviour, that people always phone the police. Even if you don't get through on 99, phone, but log it with 111, and phone the City Council every single time, because we have a night noise service, because that develops a record that we're able to look at, so that it's not just a one-off, there's a pattern of behaviour, which I would suggest to everybody. So thank you for coming. I completely support the idea of refusing this. It seems to me that PCS 23 says that we want to create an attractive living environment. Clearly what we've heard that's going on here breaks PCS 23. So we have absolutely clear grounds for refusal. And actually, in some ways, it's been helpful that this is a retrospective planning application because we've got the record of antisocial behaviour from how it is being currently used. If somebody come up with an ordinary house and wanted to convert it, we wouldn't have that. But we do have absolutely clear grounds, and it seems to me this is a completely open and shut case, and there should be no even hint that we would have given planning permission for this.
So we have a proposal and we have a seconder.
Chair, if I could just make a brief point on that. Just members need to be aware that in making a proposal to refuse on the grounds raised, the council has previously made a refusal on the one ground, which was in respect of the poor light conditions of bedroom, where it's bedroom 4 at that time, what is now proposed to be a storeroom. We did not refuse on any other issue. So it would be very, very difficult to, I would recommend, advise you against refusing on other issues, because it would be very difficult to sustain that on appeal and would put us at risk of costs.
Sorry. Judith, if I may. That is one of the reasons why I'm proposing a refusal. Because the evidence before us, a reasonable person would detect, is that there is a fifth bedroom in there. And as such, the previous reason for refusal has not been satisfied, according to the evidence that we have seen. And so therefore it is a very reasonable ground to do it. And also, I did mention the impact of on the amenity of the residents, particularly the poor person who has to live there, because that is that is not a big enough building. So I'm happy to take that, but it is the impact on the amenity of the people who are living there, which results from that, which is important.
Chair, if I just make one point in response that, as I said earlier, that by taking this opportunity to grant with the condition to prevent the use of that storeroom, to set that down in a planning permission. It strengthens the arm in terms of planning enforcement, and for the LPA to monitor that position. So this is the opportunity to sort of set down those markers.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
I think sometimes I would agree with Nick that that would be the right way to go, but it just seems to me that the way in which this property has been managed is such an egregious ignoring of the refusal of planning permission in the past that I don't think we have any option. If this had been somebody who was operating in a reasonable way, then I think Nick's argument might have some strength. But we appear to be operating with somebody who is not operating in a reasonable way, and therefore I think our hands are tied and we have to say no.
Councillor Mashwick.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo everything. We 100% should reject this under all circumstances. The landlord, for a significant amount of years, has clearly shown no regard for our policy or the law in any retrospect. As I say, we refused that application before. They've continued using the storeroom as a bedroom, unless they're, of course, storing beds in there. And there's clear grounds that they're using a parking space as a boat and a business and everything else. I think it's clear that officers should read the room, that we're, as councillors, or I speak on behalf of councillors that have spoke so far, that we're against this. And as elected people, we've got to remember that we're there to represent the residents and the residents' interests. And I think there's a very, very, very clear narrative that we have to look after the residents, and we've got a duty of care to make sure all of our residents feel safe and welcome in their own home. And the current applicant has, in my opinion, not shown any regard for this. So for that reason, I'll be rejecting the application today.
Okay, we have a motion to refuse permission on the grounds that we've proposed.
Could officers just come back on the proposed reasons for refusal? Because this planning application needs to be determined in accordance with policy PCS 20, and that is about having a mixed and balanced community in terms of the range of housing that's to be provided throughout the city. And in terms of the imbalanced concentration, the report's really clear. It's 1.17% in terms of HMO, so there's causing no imbalance in that sense. Members seem to be homing in on the actual users as opposed to the use of the property. And if those are the things that you're going for, it's going to be difficult to sustain these at appeal.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson actually made a further suggestion as to reasons for refusal, I believe.
Well, and I think both Councillor Sanders and I suggested PCS 23. My understanding of HMO applications is we don't just decide them on one bit of the local plan. All the different policies of the local plan need to be taken into account, so that in the same way we look at PCS 23 for other developments, we need to take it into account in terms of this development as well. So it seems to be PCS 23 can be used as long with PCS 20.
Oh yes, I'm not saying you shouldn't be looking at PCS 23, so I was just homing in on the main HMO policy.
But if we did just that, then it could pass. We need to look at all the policies in the local plan, and it clearly fails on PCS 23, and that should be the ground for refusal. In my view, others may have a different view.
So the proposal is to...
In terms of PCS 23, you're looking at the protection of amenity and provision of good standard of living environment for neighbouring and local occupiers, as well as the future residents and users of the development.
Chair, can we clarify the reasons for refusal in that case specifically?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do.
So the reasons for refusal being given are PCS 23, which is about the amenity of the area and living conditions.
That's just one part of PCS 23.
But also, in terms of the refusal last time was over this extra bedroom, which looks as if it's clearly continues to be used as a bedroom in contravention of the refusal of planning permission, and it doesn't hurt to put that in.
That's not relevant. What we're here is we're determining a planning application that's before us, not what is going on there.
Okay, so Darren may have better words, but I think it is absolutely right that we refer to the refusal of planning permission by officers and the way in which that has been ignored in terms of the current usage.
No, officers have already advised you that you can put a condition on to limit the use of that fifth bedroom, that fifth room not to be used as a bedroom. So the condition is a way of overcoming that objection.
I'm terribly...
We can probably mention that previous refusal, if we're going to refuse it again, we can probably mention that previous refusal in an advisory note. I think that would be relevant. That point was raised if it was going to be a condition on us approving a planning application, so we have to be clear in our thinking about this. So PCS 23 plus an advisory about the previous refusal, specifically ruling out the use of that storeroom as a bedroom in which somebody would sleep. I don't think the evidence of a bed is necessarily what we should be looking at. And limiting, even then, we are wanting to refuse it because of PCS 23. Can we do something like that, please?
Yeah, so I think it would be...
Phrase this, and then we'll go and see if there are alternative views in the room.
So I would suggest if members want to do this, that it would be, the proposed change of use would give rise to unacceptable levels of, or would give rise to harm to residential amenity in the vicinity of the property by reason of noise and disturbance, contrary to policy PCS 23. I don't know what the solicitor thinks.
I think obviously my view is that we shouldn't be doing it.
I say you shouldn't give an opinion as an officer.
Well, it is a professional opinion, which we should...
It's based on what you're considering. It's not my personal opinion. It's looking at the policies. My advice has been in relation to the policies that you need to be considering before you. I've advised you that the use of the building is what you need to be considering, not the users.
I agree, but when you state I, you're giving an opinion. That's,
well, I've advised that it's contrary
to... Now, because we have professional advisors which we are obliged to take into account. If we don't take into account, the risk of having an appeal against us is greater. Now, we do take that risk sometimes, and I can see, because we've looked at the room here, that it is very likely that we are going to... So I'm going to go on with the process here. Do I have support for a refusal based on the reasons that have been outlined by Nick Lloyd-Davis just now?
Excuse me. Given that I proposed the original refusal, I'm happy to accept what Mr. Lloyd-Davis has said. And on that basis, my proposal stands.
Thank you. And I'm just about to say it's been seconded by John Smith, and I can see in the room it's going to be supported by others, but I need to ask now, are there any people who wish to approve the application on the grounds of the conditions that we have already agreed, which include limiting it to 4 bedrooms occupied? Do I see anybody in favour of that? No? So we have one proposal, which is to refuse the application. Would you raise your hands if you want to refuse the applications on the grounds now agreed by Councillor Sanders? Good.
Chair, can I just clarify the precise wording of the refusal reason? I know I've mentioned it, but just to clarify that again.
You did say before, and it was sounded very good.
Yeah, I think I've had some further advice here, but the property, by virtue of noise and disturbance, would result in an inadequate standard of accommodation, detrimental to neighbouring residents,
and
contrary to policy PCS 23.
Correct, and to the occupiers of the building.
I don't think that's what we're talking about.
I'm going to quote you the Ministry of Sound Judgment if you really want me to go that way. But,
PCT 23 was what we're talking about. Yes,
Members, you've already voted. I don't think we can be adding extra reasons in, Councillor Sanders.
Yep. I think we know what we mean to have done here, and we should move on to the next item, probably. Thank you all very much. We know how difficult it is coming to a planning committee, and we have refused this with reasons of PC 23, and we will have to wait and see what happens next. And I do think we should minute our approval of the actions of the enforcement officers, and of course the licensing of the property will also require some action there if that is the way they choose to proceed. So we've got item 4, Knight and Lee, 53 to item 3, I'm sorry, Unit 40 in Fitzherbert Spur. And we have here two deputies, but I'd like to start the application by asking Nick Lloyd-Davis to introduce it to us, please.
Thank you, Chair. Application
on page 24.
Application 21-01735, PLA REG, so it's a retrospective application for the change of use of former warehouse, Class B8, to General Industrial, Class B2. I draw members' attention to the SMAT for further representation from Mr. Giles raising concerns about publicity of the committee, which has since been addressed. Mr. Giles has asked that his deputation is read out at committee as he won't be able to attend in person. We have two deputies, one being the agent, so Mr. Giles, so subject to Chair's discretion, I will read out the deputation from Mr. Giles at the end of my presentation. Yep. The applicant's agents have provided further clarification as to the available car parking at the premises. An extract from the title report has been supplied, which indicates land within the applicant's control. This provides for a total of 8 spaces within the open front courtyard, plus approximately 16 parking spaces within a gated area immediately to the west of the application site. I'll try and point these out when we get to the photographs. The site also employs 11 persons currently. It's noted that these additional parking spaces relate to land outside the application site and should either have been included within the red line boundary or otherwise identified as blue land within the applicant's control. However, officers are satisfied that the development as proposed, and having regard to this additional evidence, has adequate provision for car parking. It remains nonetheless appropriate to seek a travel plan to encourage modal shift for these occupiers as recommended in condition 2. As the development has already commenced, condition 2 should be amended to read as follows: within 3 months of the date of this planning permission, a travel plan shall be submitted to the LPA for approval, etc. So that's the supplementary matters. The property, the premises located at a corner of Fitzherbert Spur. The premises back on to Hardy Road. And residential properties on Hardy Road and also flats to the south, but it's within the existing industrial estate. These are some views looking north up Fitzherbert Spur towards the premises, so right in the middle of that picture. This is a closer view of the premises, showing parking on the right hand side for circa 4 or 5 spaces. The additional land, as I've mentioned, on the left of the yellow hatching on the left-hand side of this picture is not within the application site, but based on the evidence, as I've said, provided by the applicants, this is also additional land within the applicant's control for use for parking. This is another view looking east towards the application premises at the end, and a floor plan which it's an industrial unit, so don't believe that this is of any material significance, but it's reflecting its current use for B2 purposes. The planning application, the recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions in respect of drawings and the provision of a travel plan, and subject to additional matters set out in the SMAT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a deputation from, first of all, Mick Giles. Would you like to read that to us, Nick, please? Do you want a copy of it?
So, yeah, deputation from Mick Giles. I hereby object to the proposal. In the past 40 years, residents have had problems with the occupants of Unit 14. PCC have been next to useless, managing bad behaviour. This company moved in knowing it was classed as a warehouse. Despite this, they adapted it for other uses as soon as they moved in, getting on for 2 years ago now. Planning officers were made aware of this in 2020, and still the alterations remained. On the application form, the applicant was officially asked about trade waste and hazardous materials as part of their operation, so it must be creating waste. They have a wash bay and an area with a huge fan and filter extraction. Surely there has to be waste from this operation. The statement also says no advice has been sought from PCC pre-application, yet planning officers were told of noise from working inside the warehouse and noise from an externally fitted vent through the roof along the residential boundary over a year ago. And was there planning permission sought for this roof vent? Previous occupants of Unit 14 have abused the rules on many occasions, and therefore this application should be rejected for the benefit of residents. In the past, an appeal officer from the Bristol Inspectorate commented that there was to be no industrial nuisance from this unit. Companies are renowned to push the boundaries, i.e. this company moved in and immediately converted to more than a warehouse, case in point. So light industry then steps up one more gear, and so the residents have to put up with noise and nuisance because PCC don't have the guts or will to enforce the rules. Up until early 2021, we could hear on a regular basis a noise like a huge impact driver echoing around between the houses, sounding like an enormous woodpecker. It makes you jump when it starts. Also, the noise from the fan could be heard clearly in our gardens. There are a number of residents that are retired or work from home permanently at home, and this noise is disturbing our home life. One person in Hardy Road works nights, so factory noise during the day is not acceptable. You have a long history of not enforcing rules, so don't grant permission. Remember, conditions are there to manage for both companies and residents. Also remember, the next company to move in will more than likely be a lot noisier than this one if it's got light industrial status already. So they then go up a gear, as did this company. It's a warehouse because it's 3 close boundaries alongside the residential area. The block of flats is only 4 metres away. PCC has a long history of poor support for residents' complaints regarding Unit 14. And where are the notices on the lampposts, and why, when I have the longest boundary exposed to this unit as shown on the map, wasn't I notified? This company will use employment as a lever to get permission. They've been operating quietly for the last part of 2021, thank goodness, so obviously manage with warehouse status. Don't be bullied into granting permission. Have some guts and stand your ground for our benefit. We have to live with the noise, you don't.
We then have a deputation from John McDermott, who is the agent. Is John McDermott here? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Well, it is now afternoon. Good afternoon again, members. Right. Policy in the local plan identifies industrial estates. That is the purpose of that policy. And inside of those industrial estates, class B2, V8, and what was left off or left over from the amalgamation of uses into class E is permitted. The proposal before you effectively comes as a result of intensification of use. My clients moved into the property under a light industrial provision that's allowed for under Part I of Schedule, Class I, Part 3, Schedule 2 of the General Permitted Development Order, and are allowed inside of industrial estates. And their use has intensified. And when they came to us, we advised them that they require planning permission for that intensification. Hence, this application is before you. The use itself has been assessed by your regulatory services departments. They've looked at the noise being generated as now, and as has been over the last 8 months, which is essentially the level that my clients are going to be operating at. And they conclude that there is no statutory noise, pollution or contamination issues around the proposed use. Were members so minded, you could defer the matter to Head of Service for a suitable condition to otherwise control the emission of noise if that was a concern. The only item that I would raise as a planning consultant here, and the only thing that we're otherwise just questioning, is Condition 2. Condition 2 requires a travel plan. The members will be reminded this is an industrial estate. This is filled with employment uses, and essentially getting it into a form of industrial use, Class E, light industrial, is not development requiring planning permission because there is a permitted development right for that. And so what the applicant, through me, essentially asks here is, does Condition 2 actually meet the test of necessity in this case? You've been told the number of car parking spaces that are allowed, that are afforded to this unit, 8 with another compound of 16. So car parking is not the issue. We're told it's essentially to create a modal shift, which is all well and good. Do that via an informative. I'm not entirely sure Condition 2 meets the test of necessity. Other than that, this is a fully policy compliant form of development. That is why you have so few conditions seeking to provide additional detail. And the application is committed to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to say in response to that at all?
Yes.
We'll move on to...
Well, just to say that we have had and still have an outstanding objection from the local highway authority on this application, and they have advised refusal due to lack of information about parking demand assessment. And I recognise that since the condition has been added in terms of a travel plan, which was felt a reasonable addition, having regard to continued push towards reducing emissions and improving modal shift for new developments. So this was considered as far as we could go reasonably as a planning authority to respond to the concerns raised by the highway engineer, but we certainly don't as planning officers consider that the recommendation for refusal by the highway engineers is sustainable. Because this is an established industrial estate, and on the basis of evidence there's plenty of parking for this unit.
Thank you. Can I have questions then from members? Councillor Mason and then Councillor Sanders.
Am I right in thinking that on this Fitzherbert Spur estate there are a number of other light industrial uses, Class B2, and that this would not be, this one is not an exception to the generality on the estate?
Yes, that is correct. The employment zone, employment site designation gives strong support for B1, B2 or B8 uses or employment uses, so this would be in line with that.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much. Firstly, a question. This Mr. Giles is on the paper as Councillor Giles. Where is he a councillor for?
Yes, it's noted that he's no longer a councillor, I believe.
If he was, it's not in this authority, my friend. I mean, it's called in because it's an objection from Councillor Mick Giles, and objections from a councillor is a valid ground for having this. but it is basically the reason we're here. So I'm assuming he's a councillor, not here, but where? And do we allow objections from councillors from other authorities?
No, that's not the case.
I can help you.
Sorry, I'm only doing it because it is in the report as stated.
yes.
If it was just this guy objected, that's absolutely fine, but I just want some clarity on that, please. Mr. Lloyd Davis.
Yeah, my apologies if that hasn't been correctly reported. If there is no Councillor McGiles, then that's clearly incorrect.
There may be, Mr. Lloyd Davis, but not on this authority, I respectfully suggest. Okay, so he's a normal human being. Okay, that's excellent. I want to turn to some of his questions. Firstly, are you aware that an appeal officer from the Bristol Inspectorate has commented that there will be no industrial nuisance from this unit, as per Mr. Giles' objection?
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of an appeal decision. So, no.
Okay, that's very, very helpful. Did Mr. Giles get a consultation letter?
I'll come back to you on that.
Okay. It's just in his objection, he says he didn't. And in the report it says 25 neighbour letters were sent out, so I'm assuming he did. I'm just checking on that. I'm interested in the comments of the applicant here, because he says essentially there's no need for a travel plan. Yet we've got an objection for grounds for refusal from the Highways Department on the grounds that there's no parking demand assessment. And also in the extra stuff, it says the additional parking spaces, which I assume justify there being no need to do anything, are outside the application site. Is that normal?
Well, it's not ideal. I think ideally, if we'd had time, we perhaps could have got a red line plan that included all of the parking within the control of the applicant. But as things are, this has been identified fairly late in the day. It's not fatal to the determination of us having regard to the control of the applicant of this additional land, of this additional parking, serving the unit. And I think on the basis of the evidence given to us, it's clear that they do have control over additional land, providing additional parking.
Okay, so it may not be within the site, but it's land they basically have anyway, yes?
Correct.
But it is not within the site?
It's not within the application site, and I think probably that is something that has been done in error. And that ideally that would have been included in the application site. But for the purposes of the change of use application, I don't think it's fatal to the decision going forward. But we're satisfied they have control over additional land for parking.
I'm grateful to you for that, Mr. Lloyd Davis. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Shall we move then towards comments and recommendation? Anybody want to recommend or...
Chair, I'll just say I don't yet have an answer on the question as to whether or not Mr. Giles specifically received a letter. If I do hear that, I will advise, but I'm satisfied that we would have notified in accordance with our statement of community involvement. And clearly he has become aware of the application, and obviously we've read out his deputation, so I'm satisfied that he's had sufficient involvement in this case and has a chance to make his case.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My understanding is that the neighbour notification that we do is over and above what is legally required, and therefore that's useful. I'm happy to recommend approval with the conditions as recommended by the officers.
Councillor Mason.
I would like to second that. If we look at the relevant history, this property has gone backwards and forwards from being warehouse to from light industrial to warehouse, and then back to warehouse. It's going, and it is on an industrial estate. It is quite sensible that it should get planning permission to revert to being a general industrial class B2.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. I would support that. But I wanted to focus on one particular thing, which is the travel plan. It seems clear to me from the applicant that he's quite happy to appeal the need for the travel plan, which I disagree with. For two reasons. Firstly, as Mr. Lloyd Davis has confirmed, the parking spaces are outside the application site. So therefore they're outside the actual jurisdiction. So therefore we need to have some further clarification and security to make sure that they are used properly. Secondly, I note the refusal of the Highways Authority to have a parking demand assessment, which frankly they may think is reasonable grounds for refusal. Personally, I'd like to bung it in there as a condition, but I think frankly the officers have been nice and have decided to compromise with a travel plan. I fully understand that. And I think that, frankly, if an informative can be added, that is our preference, the parking demand assessment is added as well. That should give the applicant sufficient notice of the seriousness with which we take the fact that they're using land that is outside of the site but is under their control to deal with travel.
Thank you very much. And we have a policy to encourage people to use alternative forms of transport as well, of course. So, are there any alternative proposals to the recommendation being accepted with the condition on the travel plan? Any? So can I move for a vote and ask for a show of hands of those who support this application? Fine. You have your permission, but with the additional condition. I'm proposing we have a 10-minute comfort break and then come back and finish this agenda.
Judith, Chair, could I just ask, did this come to us because we thought it was a councillor objecting? Because it...
I think do take this up while we're having a comfort
Okay, that's
break.
There's an objection from the local highway authority.
Fine, okay, lovely, thank you.
Yeah. So 10 minutes. I'd like you all back here at past, please, because we've still got quite an agenda to go through. See you at past. Thank you. agenda. But so welcome back after a short break, colleagues. Thank you. We're going to item 4, which is the an application to make some amendments to the planning permission we've already granted to Knighton Lee 53 to 57 Palmerston Road. And this, of course, is something that is of enormous public interest because local people do really want this development to move on. We have Deputy Martin Meadows. Are you here? Has he written to us at all? I don't think so. So we don't have, I think he's a resident of neighbouring road there. Peter Tisdale, thank you very much, you're here. We'll ask you to do your deputations after we've heard the presentation from the planning officer, Lloyd Davis. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This is 2 applications, a full planning permission application, 21-01620 FUL, and an accompanying listed building consent application, 21-01621 LBC, in respect of the former Knight and Lee store, 53 to 57 Palmerston Road in Southsea.
Chair, can I ask, are we hearing these 2 applications as one?
We're not allowed to do that, but clearly a lot of the things we hear when we have the presentation and discussion on the first one normally affects the speed in which we can go through the second one.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep, I was just coming to that. The 2 applications are for determination or separate determination here. The descriptions of each are slightly different, clearly, because the listed building consent is specific to the sort of fabric of the building, but it's essentially the full application is for a mixed-use development comprising conversion and change of use of the existing building to provide retail, food and drink, bar, office, hotel, cinema and gym uses, external alterations to include partial demolition of the rooftop structures, construction of rooftop extension, replacement shop fronts to the north and south elevations, installation of rooftop plant enclosures, vents to facades and works to canopies. The listed building consent is not dissimilar to that, of course, not relating to the mix, the change of use or the mix of uses proposed. So. Most of you will know where this is, so at the junction of Palmerston Road and Clarendon Road in Southsea, as per that image. These are some existing images of the former store. Image on the right-hand side from Stanley Street showing the servicing for the building. And there was a previous approval which was granted in 2020. Just bear with me. And the image for that is on the top. The proposed elevation is set below that, so give you an example of the difference between the schemes. One of the main differences being the removal of the large rooftop plant, and a lot of these changes have come about having regard to the listing of this building, which was listed in May 2021 as Grade 2. I was having regard to its 1950s design features, and also as a good example of post-war reconstruction. Here's some existing site views from Palmerston Road. This is a sort of CGI of the proposed southwest corner, showing the proposal upon completion with the additional story on the rooftop. These are some of the elevations, the north, east and south, so they are very detailed. It's probably easiest for these purposes just to refer you back to the CGI. Essentially, in terms of the uses, there has been a reorganisation in terms of where the uses go. The previous scheme had a bar and the gym and the cinema on the upper floor, and there were some terraces. Now it's proposed that these will be based on the ground floor only, and all of the upper floors will be devoted to hotel and office uses only. So I've added some colour coding there. I don't know if members are able to see, but the ground floor, you've got the gym shown there in a sort of beige colour. The cinema is sort of centrally located, and otherwise the rest of it is sort of receptions for the hotel rooms and sort of service areas and some retail units. The upper floors are essentially office and hotel use and circulation space. I'm going the wrong way. These are the second and third floors, so the third floor being the extension. There are now no rooftop terraces proposed, and any indication of that has been removed from the plans, and no openings to the roof other than for maintenance purposes. Been a number of design changes having regard to the listing of the building. There's been some improvements in terms of the alignment between the existing fenestration on lower levels with that of the proposed rooftop extension, which is considered to be an improvement over the previous scheme. There's also been some thought given to the colouring of sort of spandrel panels at the bottom of the windows on the upper floor, so that these align again with what is already existing. So I think greater sort of symmetry. I'll just read out these design changes. So there's new third floor accommodation, glazed frontage, now incorporating the grey spandrel panels in the lower section. You have talked about the alignment of mullions and the primary framing with the floors below. The prominent window on the southern facade of the third floor has been removed and replaced with a solid door with a panel colour to match, and the upstand concealing the transfer structure of the new third floor has been reviewed to ensure the approach is justified against other alternative approaches. This is another summary of the changes really between what was approved previously and now. So this is also provided as part of the meant to be attached to the SMAT. I don't know if in fact it has been, but essentially, as I've said, the large rooftop black plant enclosure has been removed. A number of the existing plant have already been taken down from the rooftop prior to the listing, I should add. Ground floor bifold doors replaced with sliding doors as currently proposed. Black banding removed from the base of the rooftop extension in favour of lighter material. The ground floor of the approved scheme was 4 retail units, food and beverage, 2 cinema screens and back of house servicing facilities. As currently proposed, this is essentially 2 retail units, food and beverage, retail, bar and restaurant, 2 cinema screens and back of house facilities. And the first floor, originally it was 18 hotel rooms, with office now it's 19 with the office space. Second floor was 18 hotel rooms, and now they got 24. This is through just gaining simplification in terms of the hotel room types, I understand. So rationalising that space. And then on the third floor previously, there was a gym with gym terrace and a bar, and 6 hotel rooms. Now this is purely 24 hotel rooms, and the outdoor terrace is omitted. So the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and items set out in the SMAT. I think that's probably it.
Thank you very much. Were you just looking something up? Or? Thank you very much. This is one now for the deputation from Peter Tisdale, please. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Likewise, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm Peter Tisdale, Chief Exec of that group, the development company. As one of the South Coast's leading hotel and office developers, the past couple of years have been pretty tough. Battling to get schemes off the ground, and some of our schemes are currently on hold. However, Knightley is not the case. A lot has changed since we received the permission as we entered 2020. Some things, however, remain the same. After COVID hit, we immediately began to review the permission that we had, and there were many discussions around what we need for successful development moving forward, and we were in that flux when the English Heritage listing came along. Whilst it would be true to say that the listing has caused us a long delay, what it has done is allowed us time to consider and reconsider the final details of the scheme. And as you can see from the presentation by the officer, whilst the scheme looks to the surface very similar, there are some very many minor changes. One particular case in point would be the workspace. There was a point in the summer of 2020 when there was widespread talk of the death of the office, and indeed many people still haven't returned to their offices. That said, many have, and the office has changed a great deal. In our other businesses outside of Portsmouth, we've seen a resurgence of the office in the form that we provide that service, and I think maybe the delay has enabled us to keep that as part of our scheme, which without the delay we may not have done. Off the back of that, we're confident that the workspace particularly will be a great success in this location, offering something that there is no comparable currently, and it would also bring very many positive impacts upon the local community, being for local people. Some of the same things could be said for our wider hotel business and the specific hotel here in Knightley, in that the process of delay has seen us increase the number of hotel rooms, as you'll have seen in the presentation. So here we are in the summer of 2022. We remain committed to the scheme. In fact, we're very excited to finally bring it to life. We remain as enthusiastic as ever as to what this development will do for Southsea, which is an area we've got to know very well, and we're very, very pleased to work here, and we enjoy coming. We have most of the final arrangements in place which we need to get going this autumn. I'd say that in our view, the amendments contained in this application are not only thoughtful and well considered in respect of the heritage matters, but we also think they'll bring to pass an outstanding result in terms of the building, the ongoing product within the building, for both the ongoing benefit of the residents of Southsea, but also visitors to the area, which we would hope to be very many. In our view, this is a fantastic mixture of uses. It will be curated and brought to life by an experienced development team, myself and my colleagues, and we would expect this development to bring fantastic PR for the city, as we've seen with other high-profile creative reuse projects for old department stores in other cities, and it's something we'd be very, very proud to be a part of. Our business is just about to pass its 10-year anniversary, and we would love this to be the first project of the next 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions then for Councillor Mason?
think Councillor Sanders had his hand up before
Sorry,
me.
Councillor Sanders,
was
if you like.
waiting. Okay, right. Just for clarification, on page 33, ground floor, there is a reference to 247 square metres of public food hall. I don't see that on the proposed ground floor plan on 31. Instead, I see a bar, a reception bar there, which is in pink, and this would appear to be the northern part. The lighter grey in the northern part of the building. So is it planned to have a public bar there or a retail food hall? What is it going to be?
The uses specified on the application on this drawing are a restaurant, food court, dining area. So a restaurant, but there is also a different pink colour in terms of a bar, which is, I believe, more centrally located. It's difficult to distinguish between these two colours, but so there would be a restaurant, sort of stroke food court in the northern part of the ground floor, with the restaurant check-in and bar is more sort of centrally located. It's a slightly different shade of pink.
I'm trying to find out exactly what this northern section, this rather large northern section, is, because we'll need to decide whether this is acceptable to us as a use of the property. So is it a food hall or is it a bar? Is it public or is it part of the hotel?
Yes, I understand from the report public food hall is specified 247 square metres on the ground floor, so it would be public.
Chair, wasn't there something about a hotel where they came and got the bar reception to the hotel? Wasn't that on that?
I think that's there as well, but the question is whether or not it has public access. There were talk of local food makers, food providers coming in the original application. That's probably what Councillor Mason was referring to. Yes, it does say both on here, food, drink, retail and dining.
Should we ask Peter Tilsdale to clarify?
Would you mind answering that question for us, Peter? That would be very
Of course, I'd be
helpful.
delighted to. The central area, which appears pink, but when you really zoom in, it's more of a dusty orange, is effectively the hotel lobby. So that would be a 24/7 space. And that contains the reception, a bar, and access to the hotel kitchen. So the quality of hotel that we would be providing patrons would expect to be able to sit in the hotel bar at all times and have food, etc. The food hall to the northern section, as Councillor refers, is effectively a restaurant, but the offer will be the smaller food hall units, such as the trend in London and other cities, which will be local traders who will take short-term licenses within those small kitchens. The area to the right of that area, of that food hall area shown in grey, you may be able to make out little sort of stalls which are small kitchens. The idea being that the house, if you like, the house operation will run the bar and the operation, but patrons using that facility will have access to multiple choices of food. Groups can go in and have something different from each vendor, and it will be managed effectively by the building, so it's run appropriately. So it doesn't really there's no sort of straightforward answer to this question, but that's the proposal.
Is it what's called a food market in other places?
Yes, Yes, that's
So
right.
I've been in warehouses in America that's got the same sort of thing.
Yes, it's very much in vogue, but also we believe here to stay. The bar is obviously part of that. Not to mention, though, also that area will be the hotel breakfast room. So, trying to make the building work hard, we're effectively using the same space to double up. And the other thing to say is that space obviously has morning sun. So we think for the hotel breakfast, it will be have the attributes in terms of hotel breakfast.
And will the public be able to come in and get breakfast as well?
Yes, so the public can come in and pay for breakfast as they would in any other cafe, and the nighttime restaurant will be open to hotel guests and local people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for explaining. Is that okay, Councillor Mason?
That's fine. I've now got it clear in my mind what is it proposed. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. You've got 2 cinema screens in there now, and this is either for Mr. Lloyd Davis or Mr. Tisdale. How many people are you expecting in the cinema? What's the capacity of the cinema with 2 screens?
Yes, 2 screens. I think it's about 84 seats, as I recall.
Across both of them?
That's for both.
Both of them?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. That was my sole question.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly think that the scheme looks really, really good, and I think, as Peter's already said, the consideration and reconsideration at that time to hone the scheme has been really good. I think the balance of the hotel now and the workspace is better. Thank you. It was good to see the north and south elevations, which I hadn't seen before. We're up on the screen there in detail, and that mullion's making that top run down makes it look much, much better and sharper. So I think that's really good. I'd just like to ask the questions around glazing. I see lots of talk about secondary glazing. Are all the critical windows staying? Was my first question.
This might actually be a question, I don't know off the top of my head, perhaps I would direct that to the applicant, they might be able to answer.
The proposal is to renew, make good and repaint the existing and then secondary glaze on the inside to keep the balance between heritage and the user.
Thank you. Just a couple of others. In the point 2.7, there's mention of the basement and excavation of the basement, and in the scheme, as it were, in the words, but then there's no reference to it in the drawings.
Yes, there is a basement drawing, but as far as I understand, there really is nothing but provision for plant down there. There isn't much. There's no active uses.
And does that allow for the sub-main that's down there as well, which the SEB need access to?
Again, maybe a question for the applicant. Yes.
So 2 points. The reference to excavation was, I believe, a hangover from the previous scheme where we were excavating part of the ground floor to create a larger cinema floor-to-ceiling height to get a longer rake of seats. That was deemed to be non-viable. So apologies, that's still, I don't know whether that's still in there. And in terms of the sub-main, yes, the access to the sub-main will be maintained, and obviously we'll be upgrading the supply in that location. So the basement effectively remains as electric only.
John?
Sorry, Chair, and just last 2 points. One was on parking. I've read all the stuff about, provision on the seafront and around the area, but people will come and drop off. Is the loading bay that proposition? I didn't really pick that up from the words.
Well, the loading bay is for servicing purposes only. It's expected that yes, if people drop off, they'll do so within the existing highway network. There's plenty of public car parking around there, which has been identified by the local highway authority. I think there's a public car park to the north and to the southwest. So, yes, I think there'll be all sorts of drop-offs happening, but there's clearly got to be a strong reliance upon people attending the premises by foot.
And last at this point, sorry, I know it is hard up against residential property to the back, Thomas Owen, that sort of thing. So waste and wastage, could I just see the position of that? Because I know there was problems in the past with that.
Paragraph 426, it says no comments received. previous concerns regarding the loading bay have been addressed, with the loading bay now coming straight onto Stanley Street. Well, I'm sure that Stanley Street residents are concerned about some of those things, but do you recall what the change was there?
No, I think the waste removal arrangements pretty much haven't changed, still utilising the John Lewis loading bay where the previous traffic was. Yeah.
There is a condition number 11 recommended which deals with sort of delivery and servicing strategy for refuse and recycling materials, so that would be address that point, I think.
From the chair here, there were some previous concerns locally about overlooking from hotel rooms. Have the same sort of decisions been made on this revision as were made when we considered the application before?
Given that I don't think it's come up in this application, then I can only assume that we've provided the same as before and it hasn't been mentioned since. So apologies for the slightly elusive answer, but it's not been discussed in the last 12 months as far as I can recall. So we don't have a great deal of concern given the orientation of the windows.
Okay. We've almost got on to comments, and we had some more questions. Any other questions? George?
Through you, Chair, and possibly to the applicant, the application has changed. Well, the new application only has 2 retail units when it previously had 4. What was the reason behind the change in number of retail units, and are there any proposals for the use of those units?
So I guess the ground floor has evolved quite a bit, and by bringing the gym to the ground floor, we think that's helped with active frontage, certainly on the Clarendon Road side. The retail frontage is not dissimilar in terms of the meterage, but it's now one larger unit on the corner of the precinct. We do have retailers outlined for those 2 units, but I have to be honest, given the delay in getting going, we weren't able to sign anything because of uncertainty. We don't believe it'll be too much of a problem to let those units. I guess in terms of the move away from retail per se, with the introduction of Class E, that's obviously changed things dramatically. But also, our view would be the amount of footfall generating uses in the building certainly makes up for the retail that's been lost, and it's incumbent upon us to provide something we think will be viable. So, hence the mixture as we have it.
Okay. Right. Can we move on to comments and proposals at this stage? Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much. I would like to propose moving the officer recommendations with the changes outlined in the supplementary matters.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I've got second, thirds and fourths, I think.
Good. Shall we then move to...
We'll need to vote separately on the...
Yes.
This is only for this application. I propose to make no comments about the listed building consent.
Shall we move on to making a decision then?
I want to explain why, if that's okay. Firstly, I think that this is a vote of confidence in our city and in Southsea. It's pretty clear, if you talk to anybody, not even in Southsea, across the whole city, that the loss of Knight and Lee and Debenhams basically knocked the 2 front teeth out of Palmerston Road. And it seems if one of them may be coming back, which is hugely, hugely helpful. I think the scheme as a whole is a very good response, as has been outlined, both to the current retail issues post-pandemic and also to the opportunities of actually making Southsea even more vibrant and more exciting than exists at the moment. I know when we, as Liberal Democrats, first brought in Southsea Library to Palmerston Road, that was seen as quite radical and very different, because normally shops are anchors, but thankfully we proved them wrong. And I think given the pandemic, this development has the capacity to do so as well. There are a couple of things I would like to add as informatives, if I may, because I think there are some guidance that I think committee members may want to do. I think the first thing is to encourage the developers to use independent and local food providers in their retail halls. I think it's important that we encourage local businesses as we emerge from the pandemic. And I think that would just be very helpful and very useful. There's a huge amount of choice knocking around Southsea at the moment, and I think that will be helpful in attracting people. I'm intrigued that there are only 84 seats for 2 cinema screens, which I think is one of the reasons why I think this is going to be increasingly acceptable. But I do think in terms of the food offer and the retail offer, the applicant should be encouraged to work with local colleges such as Highbury College and Portsmouth College in order to encourage food tastes, cooking facilities and those cooking sessions and those sorts of things. And my final suggestion for an informative, Madam Chairwoman, is that we encourage the developer to use local labour. We're facing a cost of living crisis. This is going to last probably 2 years. And I think if we're able to help local people actually get jobs, and I suspect these will be reasonably well-paid jobs, both in terms of construction and in terms of when this hopefully goes up, that will go some way towards helping local people not just deal with the cost of living crisis, but have something to be proud of when they walk down Palmerston Road in future. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. I'm sure we absolutely endorse that. Whether we should do that in terms of a written informative on the planning permission, it's certainly on public record now, and we've noticed Peter Tisdale not seeming to disagree at the back there, but it's on public record through our live stream and so forth. I think they're all very important points. What's the sort of status of these informatives? Is it worth putting that on? They seem to me a bit too... and they're great, but it seems to me possibly not that the planning permission isn't a vehicle for it.
Chair, I would agree with that. I would certainly laud the intent, but as an informative on a planning decision notice, I'm not convinced it's strictly necessary. And obviously we've made the points here with the applicant present. So yeah, I probably wouldn't be inclined to add that.
I think they're all things that are really important to us and the local community. So, shall we move to, is there any, we've got a recommendation and a seconder to approve the application. Do we have anybody who wants to propose contrary to that? No? So, could you raise your hands if you're happy to approve this planning permission? Thank you. You have your planning permission. We need to look at the listed building consent. Unless members...
Can I propose approval?
Okay, thank you very much. Can we do that?
I need to...
We have taken these into account, things into account. So can I, unless there's any dissent on that, could I have you raise your hands to approve the listed building consent, please? Thank you very much. You have your planning permission and your listed building consent.
Just as one, sorry Judith, just as one small thing, there is some extra text which has been added in the supplementary matters. I'm assuming that Gerald and John are happy for that to be added as part of the as part of the approval. Yeah.
I am always happy.
Yep. Yes, I think we have assumed it. Thank you. People have read that, and thank you very much. Right, we're now going to move on to item 6, which is the bedsit number 1 at 15 St Ursula Grove. And can I just check who we have here? We have, do we have Martin Willoughby here? No. Do we have Bonnie Headley here? No. Do we have Graham Oliver here? No. Okay. Do we have John McDermott here? Yes, we do. Thank you very much. This is actually, perhaps we can make sure next time we know that people are coming, because these good folk have waited all this time. But we'll go on to this item and...
check. Would it be possible to check who the very, very, very patient people are and which ones they've come for? Mr. McDermott is here in a professional capacity. And if these are real members of the public, they're not, and therefore it would seem to me we should be doing things
Well, okay, I'm quite happy.
to free up real members of the public to go
Is
home.
everybody happy if we move then to item 7 straight away? Is Ellie Stone here? Yes. I know you wanted to get away. Thank you very much for that suggestion. We'll move to item 7 and come back to...
But I don't know who the other two people are, Chair, which applications they're here for.
I'm not going to change the agenda any further than that because we know
Okay.
they're following on from that and we can decide then. So we'll help Ms Stone to start with.
So 11 Princess Crescent, yeah. Application 22-00164 FUL, 11 Princess Crescent, construction of a 3-bedroom dwelling. And yes, we have a deputy as the applicant. This is for a single-storey rear extension. This was called in by former Councillor Wood, and my understanding is that that is sufficient for the purposes for this to be considered by committee.
No, it's not. Princeton Crescent is not in Rob's ward. St Ursula Grove is, but Princeton Crescent is not.
Nick, you're referring to the one previous.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm referring to the previous case. There's me. I think I'm all lined up.
Yes, there's no there's no councillor who wants to make a deputation on this one. Actual.
And there's no deputies. Yeah, there is a deputy.
There's a deputy, Ms Stone.
Okay. Construction of a 3-bedroom dwelling house. Yeah. So this is the red line, the application site, showing it's a semi-detached property on the east side of on the west side of Prince of Crescent. There's obviously properties in Nutbourne Road, so you've got 13 Prinstead to the north, 28 Nutbourne Road to the west. This is a resubmission of a previously refused scheme. This is a street scene image of the site, which is the house in question is roughly behind that tree in the middle there, with its single garage and driveway. Some images here, aerial images showing the location of the site marked with a cross. Existing property, a semi-detached house, which comprises 3 bedrooms. This is the existing floor layout. The proposed elevations, so it has been subject to amendment following the previous refusal. The previous refusal was partly on grounds of a failure to address the issue of SPA mitigation in terms of bird aware and nutrient neutrality, but also by reason of its scale, mass and proximity being harmful to the spacious character of the street scene and resulting in material loss of amenity to 28 Nutbourne Road by reason of loss of privacy and overbearing impact. So that was the previous scheme. I do have a slide which shows the previous image. This would create a dwelling of similar width to the existing dwelling. It has been reduced by 0.5 metres, so pulled inwards from its northern boundary. It's also been partly set back, or marginally, by about 0.5 metres from the front and rear, at sort of 2-storey level at the front and first floor level at the rear, just to ensure that it appears as a little bit more subservient to the host property. The single-storey extension also forms part of this proposal to align with that being pursued at number 11. The extension at number 11, in its current form, they want to pursue that by way of permitted development rights, but the plan is they would align. This image shows the previous refused scheme in the top left corner, so it's slightly wider. There's been some improvements, I think, in the latest design by way of positioning of doors and windows, so it's a bit more better aligned to the existing host property. Critically at first floor level, the windows are identified on the drawings as being obscure glazed and non-opening, and that's clearly marked on the drawings. These are some images showing views from the garden. This is from the garden of the top left image. This is from within the site. You're looking at where the building would be going. There are some views from 28's upstairs window, also looking towards the application property. That's the top image, top right and bottom right. And there's some further images here this is from the rear garden of the application site towards number 28, Nutbourne. These are some views from the rear garden towards number 13, Prinstead to the north. More of those images showing the relationship with neighbouring properties. And this is a street scene image of the proposal as amended, so it's been made a little bit more symmetrical with the original, with the host property. So there's a number of items in the SMAT in relation to housing land supply which have been added. I don't know whether it's necessary to read this out, but it's essentially that in weighing the balance of the decision we reach on this, because it's a new residential dwelling, we have to very carefully weigh the fact that we have less than 5 years housing land supply in reaching a decision, and recognising that this is proposing a new residential dwelling, so contributing to our housing supply. The existing I've mentioned already, number 11 is constructing a matching single-storey extension to be pursued by permitted development rights. There was an error in the report at paragraph 5.45 in terms of the nutrient neutrality payment, which will be 2,175, and it'll be the condition 1 time limit would be 3 years instead of the 1. And a further condition is proposed in terms of landscaping. There's a few items on here. Then some missing information has been added in terms of what the CIL levy, the community infrastructure levy would be for the property, and human rights and public sector equalities duty text. So hopefully that is fairly self-explanatory. The recommendation: officers are satisfied that the amendments have improved upon the previous refusal, and we recommend approval, subject to tying up the necessary legal agreement in terms of the habitat sites mitigation, and subject to the conditions as amended by the SMAT. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask for the deputation from Ms. Stone, please?
Firstly, thank you for bringing me forward on the agenda. My manager will be delighted that I'm back before the end of the working day. So with reference to 11 Prinstead Crescent, my name is Elle Stone and I'm the applicant. So firstly, we're delighted that the proposal for the erection of a high-quality residential dwelling at 11 Prinstead Crescent, Farlington, has been recommended for approval. This positive recommendation follows a period of consultation earlier this year with relevant consultees, neighbours and extensive discussions with your officers, which has led to a number of positive amendments. The result is a scheme that responds well to the character of the local area through appropriate scale and design, whilst responding to the previous reasons for refusal. This proposal has evolved in response to ongoing conversations with your officers and previous feedback from the first application submission and the pre-application inquiry. We've worked hard to ensure that the proposals are of a high quality that fits well within its surrounding context. The proposed layout sites well in relation to the surrounding built-up environment and responds positively to the surrounding locality of the area through careful consideration of architectural form, scale, character and materials. We've also carefully considered the comments of both the case officer and other relevant consultees. In response, we've been able to incorporate a number of improvements to the design, including an obscure glazed rear bedroom window, which will be non-opening below 1.7 metres, rotation of the car parking arrangement, correct placement of a street tree to the site's frontage, and a side-facing first-floor window. As acknowledged by your officers, the proposals are consequently appropriate for the site and its surroundings and will represent a high-quality addition to the area. The site is sufficiently large as to accommodate the dwelling without appearing overly cramped, retaining 2.4 metres of undeveloped land between the new building and the adjoining site to the north, number 13 Princeton Crescent, at its narrowest point and a respective 3.4 metre separation at the frontage of the new dwelling. The proposal represents an appropriate and legible layout that has been designed around a layout framework. This has been acknowledged by your officers, who have recommended this proposal for approval and state that the proposal would mirror the existing dwelling and is considered to be acceptable in design terms. We're sympathetic to the comments raised by local residents about highways and in particular parking. However, we are pleased to note that your highways officers raises no highway objections to this application. We have also engaged positively with your highways officers throughout this application process. This has resulted in the proposed parking space being rotated. Whilst it is acknowledged that electric vehicle charging points and cycle parking provision will be required, we are happy to accept a condition on this basis. The design has been developed to sit comfortably within its context in compliance with adopted design policies. The built form of the site has been significantly pulled back from the site's boundaries. It should also be noted that the proposed new dwelling would be situated approximately 7 metres away from number 13 Princeton Crescent and 7.7 metres from number 28 Nutbourne Road. This, combined with the amendments made, would not result in a significant level of overlooking or sense of enclosure, nor a material loss of privacy. So in summary, we feel the reasons to approve this application are that Portsmouth City Council currently have a 3.8 5-year housing land supply. The proposal has evolved and has made significant amendments in response to feedback to make the proposals acceptable in the local context. The proposal is acceptable in design terms. The issue of loss of privacy has now been addressed. All other previous reasons for refusal have also been addressed, and the proposal has been recommended for approval by your case officers. Thank you very much for taking the time and listening to this supporting statement. We trust that with the submitted documentation and plans, you will now have all that is required to view this proposal favourably and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must ask the other two people, because you're not on my list, whether you wanted to speak to this application or another one. Thank you. Thing you need to say about that?
No, I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Good. Now we'll move on to the committee to take questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. I'm seeing you don't. Comments and recommendation? Councillor Leonard-Jackson.
Thanks. I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendations.
Do I have a seconder?
I will second this with the comment that having looked at the site, I went up and had a look at it. I'm surprised we haven't had a building there before. It is the obvious site to put a building.
Thank you. Are there any proposals to the contrary? In which case, if you could, you raise your hands to approve the application with the conditions on the report. Thank you very much. You have the permission. Thank you. Now, may I ask which application you're here to talk to, please?
It's 1 to 40 Lombard Court, Lombard Street, Old Portsmouth.
Okay, well, if we're all happy to move that one forward in the agenda now.
Chair, I think I need to declare an interest and leave for this application. I know too many people well who live in the block.
So would you prefer it if I left it so that you...
No, because George has got to go, and you might not be quorate in a minute.
You need to come back. So
Yeah, I'm just loitering outside.
As long as you come back, that's fine. Thank you. Well, then we'll proceed with 1 to 40 Lombard Court, and Councillor Vernon-Jackson will come back in a second, as soon as we've finished. Is that okay if we move that, Nick?
Yes, it's fine by me.
The last paper on here. Item 10, page 90. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Application 22000502 FUL, 1 to 40 Lombard Court, Lombard Street. This is an application for the formation of roof terraces on the main roof to include steel balustrades. And there's no items on the SMAT for this application. This image shows the location of the block of flats on Lombard Street. This slightly zoomed in aerial shot shows the location of the proposed terracing, which will be, I think there's another slide here which is slightly easier to see. The image to the at the bottom there shows the areas of enclosed roof terracing at either end of the building, not across the full extent of it. This image shows the 50mm diameter steel balustrading, which will be 1100mm from floor level. Whilst there is an existing sort of upstand, it's clearly not really safe enough for any use as terracing. So this has been added. As is a block of flats, this is why it needs permission, because of the material effect on external appearance. These are existing and proposed elevations, so again the only sort of external change being in relation to the use of the roof as terracing and the balustrading as shown. Some photographs of the main part of the of Lombard Court affected by this application. So the recommendation is to approve, subject to the two conditions outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have got some photographs of the roof that were presented, I think, by, are you Vivian Cherrett? Which we might circulate, just so that people can see what we're talking about. Is anybody here, are you here, sir, to object to this application? This is my fellow director. Fine. I just want, usually we put people who are objecting before those who are not. No. So we have you, Vivian Cherrett, to ask you to make your deputation, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Vivian Cherrett, one of the directors of the Lombard Court Residents Association, and this is a fellow director who is here to answer any technical issues with regard to the roof. Lombard Court was once the offices of the Southern Electricity Board, which was converted into apartments in the mid-80s. The roof areas facing to the west at one end and to the east at the other both had what was at the time described as viewing areas. These areas were enclosed with key clamp railing and steel mesh and were used as such for viewing special events, quiet contemplation, sunbathing. During the past year, the building suffered some quite extensive problems with water ingress, etc., which under investigation by an independent surveyor pointed to all the flashings around the plant rooms at the end of the building and associated damage to the roof membrane with evidence of compression to the insulation board beneath the cap sheet. To initiate the much-needed repairs, the existing key clamp and steel mesh construction had to be removed, which in itself had deteriorated and had rusted through. This was deemed unreasonable to repair, so was removed from site. The paving slab viewing area was taken up to expose the cap sheet, which appeared depressed with large amounts of water collected in that area. After all the repairs had been carried out under the supervision of the surveyor, both ends of the building's cap sheet were covered with interlocking recycled rubber tiles so as to greatly reduce the weight upon the cap sheet, etc. The viewing area was increased due to the rubber tiling covering the refurbished roof area, and it was deemed more sensible to have the boundary railing mounted onto the existing parapet walls, thus reducing the weight which was previously on the roof membrane, and easier to access the cap sheet in future when required. The surveyor was recalled to check the suitability of the parapet after the roofers had opened up an area. It was deemed satisfactory to mount the railing upon the parapet. The planning application was described as a roof terrace, but it is no different to what we have had all along, except covering a wider area. Both doors at each end of the building onto the roof stay locked and can only be opened with a key. Each resident requiring a key must apply to our management agency DPM to obtain one and must sign for it along with certain limitations on what the roof area can be used for. The prohibited uses are as follows: no smoking, no barbecues, no parties, no exercising, no loud music, no laundry. That's the basis of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Did you want to say anything?
No, I was just in attendance in case anyone had any questions regarding the make-up of the roof and what was proposed and how it was going to be manufactured, etc.
Thank you very much indeed. Have we got any questions on this? Councillor Smith.
It sounds very sensible to me. I can see why it's been done and why it's come about. Just from the mounting of the railing onto the roof terrace rather than before it was set back, is there any sort of overlooking concerns though? Because now you'll be able to look down onto the properties below. I know there's a lot of roads around it, but you might be able to look into people's gardens more. Originally it was set back and from the actual parapet itself.
I think officers are satisfied, as they said in their report, that given the distance and the relative height, that it's such that it wouldn't give rise to a sort of direct, intrusive sense of overlooking. I mean, the applicant has also drawn attention to measures put in place to ensure appropriate behaviour and activities on the terrace. But I think in view of the intervening distance and relative height, I think any views would be sort of oversailing neighbouring properties. So, yeah, officers are satisfied.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Fielding.
In the objections that were received, there was mention of access to the terraces will be limited to only some residents, but my understanding is that it's accessible to all owners and occupiers of Lombard Court. Is that the case? If so, where did the objection come from?
My understanding is from the applicants that the roof is intended as a viewing platform only. There'll be strict rules. This is paragraph 1.9 of the report. Strict rules prohibiting parties, barbecue, etc. And there'll be residents would need to sign terms and conditions for using it. So my expectation, unless the applicant has any further advice to the contrary, would be that all the residents would potentially have rights to use it, but under conditions, under strict terms.
As you're here, could you confirm that that's the case?
That's correct. We have quite a large proportion of transient renters, tenants, and the only problem we would have is if the keys are passed on to the next tenant who hasn't been made aware of the restrictions. So that's a sort of an internal thing we're working with our management agents for, to make sure that they are, each new tenant is absolutely aware of the restrictions of the roof. Anyone can use it, but it probably shouldn't have been worded that way, but anyone can use it, but we're highly aware of the permanent residents' right to live there in relative peace and quiet whilst enjoying the views. And as with regard to the viewing, the houses in front of us are much lower than even the third floor. So it's not, you'd have to sort of look out of your window and look up like that before you would see the railings. But as far as usage concerns, anyone can use it, but under those strict conditions.
Thank you, that's fine. We don't need any further reassurance on that unless it's...
I just wanted to add that the access to the roofs are only gained through blocks 1 and block 3. Some residents in block 2 and block 4 have to move on to gain access to block 1 and 3 to get to the roof. These are the residents that feel that they're being misserved in the fact they can't get to the roof when they can, as has been the case since they purchased that property. So there's no restrictions for anyone living at Lombard Court.
Okay, thank you. You're right about that, George. Councillor Mason.
The steel balustrading, will this be painted steel or will it be highly visible, shiny steel?
Might I answer that, or?
Well, we've got a requirement in terms of compliance with the approved plans. I can check with the case officer in terms of the detail that's added on that. In the meantime, whilst the applicant provides a further comment on that, the other alternative might be to add a further condition in terms of making sure that it's painted at a suitable colour.
Yeah, my reason for this is that were it not so, it could look, if it were just stainless steel, it could look obtrusive.
Mm. I suggest we put a condition on to put black or dark grey paint on that.
I think it would be something like, the proposed balustrading will be finished with a suitable black paint with reference to the relevant RAL number.
Could my colleague just speak on the fabric of the steel railing, please?
Could I just say that the original balustrading was in bright zinc plate, BZP, tubular key camp style rail, which is what the intention was to replace it with. As you know, BZP does go off colour. It dulls, it goes to a grey matte colour. It's not shiny as stainless steel. But, that's the only thoughts we had on it. If you're requiring it to be painted black, then that's what we can do. But the BZP does dull in colour over time, as I'm sure you're aware. If you look at the seafront in Old Portsmouth, the railing round the by Quebec House, that's dulled off considerably because of the sea air, the salts, etc. It's not shiny, as one of the members inquired.
Well, let's put a condition on that says that discussion of the finish of the railings will be discussed with the delegated to the planning officer to ensure that it isn't a long-term, shiny, very visible railing, if that's all right. Would that be okay with people? Okay. Shall I suggest that we move to comments and a recommendation? Councillor Mason.
With that addition, railings, I propose the officer's recommendation.
Anybody? Mr. Fielding? Seconded by Councillor Fielding. Can we move to a vote then on this one? All those in favour? Thank you very much. You have your planning permission. Thank you. Okay, then we'll now move back to item. Somebody could. Oh, good. Thank you, Anna. I'm going to summon Councillor Vernon-Jackson back, and we'll go
Excuse
to.
me, Chair. I'm going to have to leave the meeting now.
Thanks very much for
Thank
staying
you.
for that. Item 6, the bedsit number 1 at St Ursula Grove, which is on page. '60. Small 56, big 60. Thank you. Okay, well, I could like to ask Mr. Lord Davis to introduce this application, please. And this, interestingly, we're having trouble with this. This is presented because of we've had a call and request from Councillor Rob Wood. Those who are observant will know that the Councillor Rob Wood is no longer a councillor, but I'm assured that this was received before he stepped down and isn't another councillor. But I do think possibly there's an action for the planning officers to just double-check the status of councillors a bit more next time we have an application. So this is here because of Councillor Rob Wood, who was then a councillor and is no longer on and is not here.
Application 21000730 FUL, Bedsit 115 St Ursula Grove, Southsea. It's an application for a single-storey rear extension, and the reason this is at committee is because it's been called in by former Councillor Wood. We have deputations, which I think the Chair has already alluded to. There's also the SMAT issue, deals with this issue around the call-in by Councillor Wood. So essentially, this is the semi-detached property in question. This is the Ordnance Survey plan showing it, and the aerial view. Another aerial view, it's the white property on the left-hand side, and a view of the rear of the building. Yes, essentially, this is the proposal, single-storey rear extension, which is out. You can see it with the darker shading. It's a flat roof extension proposed, and it is recommended for approval, subject to the 3 conditions set out in the report. Thank you. Yes.
It looks as if you have to keep walking through everybody's bedroom to get from A to B to C.
Let me have a look.
Is that bit there?
I think there is a side access. This is zoomed in, unfortunately, on so that there is a side access down the edge of the property. So they can access for bikes, etc. But this is just simply to get to this extended dining room. It would be through. It's a good question. Yeah, there's bedroom 1 and a lounge kitchen, and then you go through to a dining room. There is a door on the east side, so you come into the lounge kitchen because this is a bedsit. It's a flat. The door is accessed on that east side, so you come in. You either go left to your bedroom and an ensuite, or you go right. So this flat owner wants to extend their dining room with an ensuite bathroom as well. So yes, that's the answer.
It's a flat rather than being any part of an HMO or anything. It's a self-contained flat. Is that right?
I believe it is a flat. It's currently a 1-bedroom flat.
Okay, you came in with a question before I'd given him a chance, the deputy, a chance to. John McDermott, agent.
I think it's probably more pertinent for me to assist Councillor. The property you see here, just to correct Nick, and I've got every respect for what Nick has to do in these committees, having done it myself, is the red brick building on that photo that you were shown. There is an alleyway that goes down the side of that red brick building that leads to this single-storey rear flat. It is an existing flat. It is at the moment substandard. So it existed at the time prior to national space standards and is about 30 square metres in size. The proposal before you is to add space to that existing flat in the form of a dining area and segregated bathroom, effectively to allow people who want to visit the person at the flat to use the toilet without having to walk through the bedroom area. That is the sole purpose, and that's what's being applied for. Officers have got a detailed report here, nothing to correct in the report, excellent, and you've got a recommendation to approve. That is essentially what's being applied for here, is a rear extension to an existing flat that's been there for a substantive number of years, in order to get it, A, to the national standards, 37 square metres for this size of dwelling, and that makes it a one-bedroom, one-person dwelling, and in order to provide a little bit more amenity space internally for that dwelling. That's what's being applied for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go back to questions then from members. Councillor.
I have, yes, and thankful to the applicant for just clarifying that. Apologies to the committees to drawing attention to the wrong property. I work with what I'm given to a large extent.
Good. So we're back to questions. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I visited this property more than once, so I know about the slightly separate, what feels like the separate flat, which this is. Is this part of the 8-bedroom HMO that was granted consent in March 2021?
No.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to get clarification from the case officer.
Yeah,
it's described in the report as an HMO, but I think this is a self-contained dwelling at ground floor level. The rest of the property, I expect, is HMO.
That has always been my assumption. It's just that
John is nodding and confirming.
thank you. The reason for my question is it was consent in March 2021 to convert from 7 bedrooms to an 8-bedroom HMO, and so the logic would have been to include this. So that's why I'm asking. If this is a completely separate flat, that's fine.
Any other questions? Councillor Bernard Jackson.
Just to ask, we've had 3 people down to come to speak. Have any of them sent in a written representation? Because Martin is normally very, very good about making sure that people know what his views are. And he actually knows the stuff extremely well.
He is, I agree, and I was surprised that he hadn't sent something in and he wasn't here, but could you just verify for me that that's the case?
That's correct.
Nothing?
We haven't got anything.
Okay, that's really helpful, thank you.
Yes, no, there is nothing on my list on that. Nevertheless, I'll ask a question from the Chair, which is about paragraph 511. It projects beyond the attached neighbours at number 13 by 3 metres, and there are proposals not to have any windows in the western elevation, and therefore so occupiers of that property are protected in terms of light and privacy and overbearing. Could we just see the plan that shows that and demonstrates that to us? Please.
Is this the right one?
Well, it doesn't show us the adjacent property, number 13, does it?
Oh, you need to see the OS. There you go. Well, it's the one on the. I mean, there is a red outline. Yeah.
So, although it projects a further 3 metres, is that the 3 metres shown on that street layout, or is this coming out further than that?
Well, it goes 3 metres beyond the neighbouring property. I think the neighbouring property probably also has an existing extension, but it's 3 metres beyond that.
And you're satisfied that isn't going to
Yeah,
adversely affect the neighbour.
Yes, we're satisfied with that. There's an existing boundary fence between the two properties as well. So, it's a flat roof structure as well, which helps to mitigate it.
Okay. Any other questions? Any comments and recommendations? Councillor Vernon Jackson?
Well, without people being here to be able to say why we shouldn't do it, all we've got is what is available to us here, and therefore I can't see a reason in what we presented to say no. So I'm happy to move off as a recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Are there any recommendations to the contrary? So I'll move and ask you to vote on the officer's recommendation for granting planning permission. Can you raise your hands, please? Thank you. Good. Permission is granted. We now move to number 26 Norman Road, and we do have a written deputation for that. Item number 8, 26 Norman Road. And I'm going to, when he's done his introduction, I'm going to ask Mr. Lloyd Davis to read out the deputation for number 26 Norman Road.
Application, 21011732 FUL 26 Norman Road, South Sea. This is an application for, if I can find it,
I think we're going to have to go through the two-stage process here. Just to warn members, we will need to ascertain after the introduction and after we've asked questions whether or not it needs planning permission, and if it does, we then need to go on to decide the result of that.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Chair. A change of use from HMO C4 to sui generis 7-bedroom HMO. So, first question is whether or not it constitutes development, having regard to the facts of the case, and then if you do determine that this does comprise development by reason of the additional bedroom, then to make a determination as to the merits of that. I should say that this is subject to an appeal currently. I think this has only recently been notified, but as things stand, yes, the recommendation would potentially be, similar to before, to the Secretary of State. So we're not the determining authority in this case. I'll just briefly take you through the plans. So it's a mid-terrace property, 26 Norman Road, property outlined in red. The HMO count is, there are no other HMOs within a 50-metre radius. No, that can't be right. My apologies. Yeah, I've got the wrong, have the wrong notes put on here, I'm afraid. Bear with me.
No, it's in an area where there's already a density of HMOs.
Yes, sorry. Yep, 46.58% are set out on paragraph 5.2 of the report. So 34 HMOs identified out of 73 properties. As identified here on this plan, the floor plan as existing.
It's changing a living room to the proposed 7th bedroom.
We've defined this one as an unknown HMO, is that correct?
Well, that's how it's been identified here, certainly, as things stand in terms of the data search. Essentially, the The proposed change relates to the room at the front of the property. If I highlight it, it's a lounge. I think the plan in the report is actually the wrong existing floor plan because it shows the lounge behind. I think the red outline added is relating to the wrong room. I think the lounge is currently at the front, and that is the one. If you can see that, I use the pointer. This is the room that they wish to change from a lounge to a seventh bedroom. There is general compliance with the room standards. There's a first floor shower room which falls marginally short of the required standard, being 2.74, it's 1.9 square metres. Stated at paragraph 5.8 of the report, it's considered to be a small shortfall, not considered a reason to warrant refusal of permission. And ultimately, the conclusion being, as we've done with many of these recently, so should committee conclude contrary to officer's recommendation, which is that we do not consider this to constitute development by reason of this additional bedroom. The change in occupation as a matter of planning judgment, fact and degree in the specific case, it results in a material change of use requiring permission, then you need to consider whether it should be granted with conditions. In such circumstances, the committee can note the merits of the proposed use comply fully with the associated guidance regarding the relevant local plan policies, room sizes, and good standard of living. So you need to consider whether to resolve to grant permission subject to the imposition of conditions. And the recommendation would be subject to referral to the Secretary of State. So I think over to you, Chair, on the first point.
The first question we need to consider then, against the officer's recommendation that it's a non-material change, is it a material enough change to require a planning application and a consideration of a planning permission? I suggest if we're going to have questions about that particular point, they will be apposite, or we could move straight on to comments on that.
Could I ask some questions, please? Nick, on page 78 of our agendas, we've got the planning history. In paragraph 2.6, there's an application for a lawful development proposed as C4 property for 7 occupiers, and that was withdrawn. It doesn't say what it was beforehand. The one above it is saying it can be both a C4 and a C3, so I don't know, before the certificate for lawful application, was this an HMO or not? Because it is just the sort of dwelling that the policy is designed to say no to. So my assumption is that this was a family house before the application came in for lawful, which they then tried to get sorted as an HMO through the lawful development route, which was withdrawn. So it would appear they had no C4 permission until February of 2020, when we said it could be both a C4 and a C3. And if my reading of that is right, then I have no idea how that planning application got through, because it clearly breaks the supplementary planning guidance, which we know is being supported by inspectors. Do we know what the planning history is, Nick?
Well, what I see here is ultimately that planning permission has been granted for it to be used, change of use from HMO C4 to C4 and C3, so they have that sort of flexible permission. The question, of course, is whether or not that has been implemented. I'm assuming it has been, but I don't know the reasons why the CPL was withdrawn precisely, but I think clearly they've been trying to make the point that this additional change of lounge to bedroom is not development.
I'm trying to go back a bit further.
I haven't got more detail than what's in front of me here, I'm afraid, but I ultimately permission, the key thing is that permission has been granted for it to be used as a C4 HMO.
Sorry, I read 2.6 as saying that it was in use as a C4 and then they were asking for permission for the 7-person. I'm not sure that it's very well written, though, that sentence.
But did they might have been in use, but did they have permission to use it as a C4? Because we know there are lots of dodgy landlords.
Well, they got permission under reference 1901-777 for C4 use.
But when it came for that, do we know if it was an HMO or not? I'm looking back through the papers.
I'd have to look at the actual application, see what applied at the time. I think the key thing is what is the situation currently? Is it lawful as a C4 use? Yes, in our understanding, it is. The main issue is around the 7th bedroom.
It is a little unclear, I agree, because the paragraph 2.4.
What we have to look at is from what lawful use was it in? So going back and asking what it was before that, I'm not sure that it's relevant.
I've got advice from one of the other officers that it's established as a C4 use in 2011.
I think reading the paperwork, they can show tenancy agreements for that, but not planning permission for that. So they were renting it out as an HMO without planning permission.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that without checking the details. But obviously the key thing is they've subsequently received planning permission for C4 use.
So we're dealing here with the question about whether or not it needs planning permission to move from 6 residents to 7.
And it's absolutely clear in law that it has to, because the planning permission says it's for 6 residents. If you're going to have more than 6, then the law is absolutely clear that you have to have planning permission, unless the law is an ass, which it often is.
Chair, do you want me to come back in? Planning permission is required if there's a material change of use. That's what you need to consider.
And the law is very clear that when we're asked to give planning permission, it is up for 6 people. We could give planning, say it doesn't need it, but on condition that nobody actually ever enters that room.
I think that's a speculation. We have dealt with a number of these in the recent past, and you missed the Marathon Commission, we dealt with a lot of these. Do I have a proposal on whether it needs planning permission or not?
Yes, Judith, and we have a time-honoured formula by which we can use this, but sadly nobody here can remember it, so I will try and give this one a go.
Thank you.
On the grounds that the amenity of the property is altered, on the grounds of the potential increase in impact on nitrates, and on the grounds of the impact on the amenity of neighbours. I think those are the 3 that we've worked out previously. I believe that this should get planning permission. I would also say in this case that there is another application that's awaiting a decision. So therefore, clearly, the applicant thinks it needs planning permission. But I will stick to those 3 grounds as we've thrashed those out 5 times before.
Do I have a seconder for that?
Just so I can read out the wording that's been previously used, if that would assist.
That would be really helpful, thank you.
Which was proposals considered to be development requiring planning permission due to the intensity of the use of the accommodation, the impact on parking, waste, amenity impact upon neighbouring residents, and the impact on the Solent special protection area.
Yes. So, do I
Happy
have
to
a
second
seconder
that.
for that proposal? Thank you very much. And are there any contrary views to that? So, would you like to raise your hands if you think it requires to be the subject of a planning application? Okay. And do I have any against? Or any abstentions? You didn't? Shall we rerun the vote then? Do you want? Can I have a vote in favour of the fact that we need to have a planning permission? 5. Thank you very much. So now we'll go on to the second part of this, which is to consider whether or not we want to grant planning permission or refuse it. We have a recommendation here implied that if we do, and indeed the report's been introduced to us, pointing out things that we need to take into account if we decide to give it permission or not. Councillor Sanders.
I've got a further question which also relates to planning history, which is that there is this concurrent application awaiting a decision, which I assume has not been referred to the Secretary of State for non-determination, otherwise we would know. What's the difference between that one and this one?
My expectation is that they've put in 2 applications, one by which they to appeal, but to perhaps place some pressure upon the LPA to make a favourable decision on the other application. That's speculation on my part, but it's often what happens is that people will put in 2 applications so they can appeal one of them.
So forgive me, Mr. Lloyd-Davis, I will try and put words in your mouth. Based on your experience, the answer to my question is none, or not enough to make it a material difference.
In terms of the difference between the 2 applications?
Yes.
Well, they would appear to have exactly the same description. So, yeah, I think this is appears to be a duplicate application.
That's very kind, Mr. Lloyd-Davis. Thank you.
So, questions? Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you. On the first floor, it would look as if there is a shower room but no loo. There appears to be a loo on the ground floor and then 2 loos on the second floor. Is that asking people to run up and downstairs from their bedrooms to go to the loo? Is that okay in planning policy?
In our policy, we're talking about our...
I will need to just double check the guidance. It's not been flagged as a concern in the officer's report.
And my second area of concern, Nick, is that in 5.6 we're talking about the size of all the different rooms. There are 2 which are 2 square centimetres above the threshold, one which is 3 centimetres, one at 5 centimetres and one at 7 centimetres. If any one of those was just slightly smaller, then the combined living space would not be big enough. I am a suspicious soul, not as suspicious as the Lord Mayor, but I wouldn't trust a landlord of an HMO in some cases. How are we to be clear that these measurements have been independently taken and not just what the developer has told us?
Well, these measurements have been provided by my officers, who I do trust implicitly in terms of their accuracy.
That's fine. If it's been done by our officers, that's fine. I just didn't want to rely on something given to us by a developer.
We always ask our officers to verify any sizes.
No, that's fine.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Do you want me to come back on the bathroom side of things?
We haven't had a question about that yet. The bathroom side of things.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Please do. Thank you.
Lose.
In a 6 to 10 person house, there should be 2 bath or shower rooms and then 2 WCs. So that can be 2 bathrooms and 2 separate WCs with a wash hand basin, and 1 WC can be contained within the bathroom. So I think that complies, doesn't it?
And in this house there are 3.
Yeah.
Yep. Any further questions? I'll raise one from the chair then, as we're all getting a bit tired. I think 5.8, it says that one of the shared bathroom at first floor level falls short of required room size by approximately 0.64 square centimetres, and it's not considered a reason of refusal. Could you just reassure us that it's a usable room? I think in bathrooms it's the usability of it that's more important perhaps than the basic measurements in many cases.
Yes, I mean certainly it is below the recommended space standard, but the officers are satisfied that it's a usable room, and I wouldn't disagree with that. So if we to come to a judgment that would be usable, and that would be fine.
Good. Any further questions, or we'll move on to comments and proposals? Do I have any proposals or? Councillor Owen Jackson.
Thank you for bringing 5.8 to my attention. I think that gives us a reason to refuse, in that it falls below the space standard, and we need to enforce our space standards throughout. Personally, I don't think it's a good scheme, and expecting people to run up and down stairs to get to loos is not good. So I would propose that it falls below our space standards. Therefore, we have no option but to refuse.
It's an additional facility. It only requires 2 loos and showers in here.
Yeah.
And if it's usable, we have previously accepted offers.
Okay, so I'm happy to continue to propose refusal.
Is there anybody who wants to second that proposal? Councillor Madgwick? Okay. I've got a proposer and a seconder. Do I have any other counter proposals?
Chair, can I clarify the reason for refusal?
The reason for refusal would be small size of bathroom.
The small size of the bathroom falls below our space standard. And on the plan, Nick, it's very, very small, and I can't read what some bits of it mean. So on the first floor, there's a sort of, behind the shower, I think they put wardrobes.
Yes, I think they are wardrobes, yes.
But that means that shower room has no natural light, no natural ventilation, and is too small.
Well, like many similar sized small bathrooms or small shower rooms, they would have the necessary ventilation extractor fans, so... Yeah.
But there's a very simple change they could make, which is get rid of those wardrobes, and then and extend that so you could have a loo in it as well. So they could make it a much better proposal, much easier. But that probably means that those rooms then become too small, and therefore they have to have more communal space. At which point then they can't convert the room, which they want to, into an extra bedroom. And therefore their whole proposal for making yet more money out of this falls to pieces.
It is though in excess of requirements to have three facilities, ablutions facilities. Our requirements.
So the proposed...
So we've got a proposal to refuse it on those grounds.
Yeah.
Hold on, Chair. Can we just add, if you're going to be refusing it, you need to, in the absence of a suitable agreement, to secure the appropriate mitigation measures for the increasing discharge of nitrogen and phosphorus into the solent, and then obviously the bird aware as well.
Yeah. Okay, bird tax and poo tax.
Thank you very much. Is there a country proposal? Darren?
It's not a proposal, but I'd like to add a suggestion, which is before, when we've looked at these things, we've tended to say particularly because we're just referring this to the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State decides this, not us, that we would refuse this, but if the particular room that we're concerned about falls below our standards were to meet those standards, we would approve it. And I think that's where we are here. And I would, if Gerald and George are happy, just to add that line in somewhere.
I would bow to your experience.
Well,
I'd say
you're
that's a
here
yes
to
then.
determine the planning application that's before you, so it's on the plans before you, so that wording's
But
really
no,
not
no, I understand that, Juliet. It's just in this particular case, we're advising the Secretary of State. And so it's either yes but or no but.
I'm not sure we are on this one.
Are we?
No.
Not on this one. My
We
apologies.
often
I misread
are.
the whole thing.
We often are, but I don't think we are on this one. It's come to us due to the request of Councillor Vernon Jackson and the receipt of 7 letters of objection. That is often the case. So we have recommendation from the floor for refusal, and we have reasons for that refusal, and we have somebody who has seconded that. Do we have any alternative proposals? No? Okay, so we'll vote on that particular...
Sorry, Chair, can I just check? We are on item 8, aren't we? Because that is... Yes, that it is subject of an appeal.
Oh, it is.
Non-determination, yes.
It is an appeal, yes. So it'd be...
Therefore, add Darren's words of wisdom.
Okay. So bearing in mind that we're advising the inspector, we would have approved this if we hadn't had...
Rejected this.
Yes. But would have... The words you said, we refused that we would have refused this as it stands, but would have agreed it if it had conformed with our space standards.
Well, I think that could be added as an recommended informative.
Yeah, it's not part of the reason for refusal. You're refusing it on the grounds that it isn't big enough. Full stop.
Okay. Yep. Can I have a show of hands if you are in agreement with that point made here? So we have 4, 5. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the last application of today. Have you got what you need for that one?
Yeah. What, for this one that's just gone?
Yes, this one that's just gone is... we also need to bring
I
in
think,
the SPA.
did I read out
You
the
did.
deputation from Apple Corps?
No. Carrie Ann Wells, yeah.
I did advise her that I would read out the
We have read this.
deputation.
Okay. We've all got a copy of this, haven't we, with our SMAT? I'm just having a skim through it. I think we have taken into account and obviously shown that we have read this. She makes the point that the housing licence officer also tested the usability of the room. I imagine they went in there and had a shower and was happy to issue the licence with the additional shower. She argues that if members feel the smaller shower room is not appropriate, this could be turned into a cupboard and the application still meets the required standard. Does that in any way change our... It's my fault this, so I'm going to ask you, does this change our thinking about this?
The vote's been taken, we're not able to make another decision, but that information was taken into account during the debate, so I don't think it changes anything.
And anyway, the plans show that it's too small. Okay, I'm moving now to 24 Havelock Road. This is an application for alterations. On page 85. Would you be able to explain that to us, please? And this one has no deputies.
Okay, thank you, Chair. 24 Havelock Road, application 20-01270, HOU, construction of a single-storey rear extension, single-storey side extension, a roof terrace to the rear roof slope, alterations to existing front dormer window and extension to existing porch. And it come to committee because of the receipt of 9 objections from local residents. There are items in the SMAT explaining the purpose as referenced in paragraph 1.5 of the report to the Article 4 direction. It basically states that the additional control that we have because of its location in a conservation area, but it doesn't change the officer's recommendation. I'll take you through the presentation. So it is a semi-detached property as shown. This is a closer view aerial shot of the property, and it shows very generally the position of the extensions. I'll come to those in a minute. This is the another rear view, aerial view of the property in question. Now this is not the easiest plan to decipher. You've got existing property on the north and the proposals. I'll try and outline this with the cursor or with the laser pen where the changes are. So there is a single-storey rear flat roof extension, which yes, that's correct. Yeah. So yeah, the proposal comprises demolition of this existing small rear extension and replacement and building out with a flat roof extension. This would be 4.8 metres deep, 3.64 metres high to create a kitchen seating area across the whole width of the house. Then there's a modest lean-to extension, which is difficult to explain, but if you follow the line of the laser pointer, it's extending an existing lean-to roof to provide an additional covered area for bike storage. There is at the rear, to be introduced into the roof slope, a roof terrace. It's recessed, it's 1.2 metres deep, 2.6 metres wide, set behind and within the existing roof slope. There is a section of that modest terrace on page 82 of the report. The scheme has been amended since earlier proposals, so you know, to make sure officers are satisfied with this. And the other element is extension to the existing front dormer. You see, currently there's an existing pitch roof dormer on the, well, it's on the front elevation, but it's at the side. You know, it's on the street frontage, but it's at the side of the front projection of the house. That is effectively just being extended to connect to the rest of the property, just providing additional headroom. So that's an increased width by 2.47 metres. And finally, there is a very modest extension to the dormer, to the porch at the front. Looks very much similar, but they're just bringing that forward slightly by 1.5 metres. So this is subject to amended plans following discussions with officers, and it's now recommended for approval, subject to the 3 conditions. There are some plans here which show the change to the internal layout, but they are perhaps difficult to read. Yeah, hopefully that's explained the position. These are some photographs showing this is the front porch. Here you can see the front dormer, which will be extended. This is the rear of the property, showing a fairly substantial boundary wall with a neighbouring dwelling, existing extension to be demolished, and the rear garden. And this is a wider view of the property, so the single-storey flat roof extension would go in here, and the recessed, modest terrace in the roof would be going where indicated. I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any questions about that? It's kind of complicated, lots of little bits and pieces, aren't there here? Councillor Mason.
Is it the view of the planning authority that the bringing forward of the front door to make it effectively flush with the front of the house is not a material change to the building, such as would affect its status within a conservation area?
Well, it forms part of the planning application. I think it certainly has a material change by reason of operational development, extending at the front. My assumption is that, not sure whether they wrapped it into this application because it's not benefiting from permitted development rights. But either way, we have it as part of, they've wrapped in all these extensions as part of this application for us to determine. Yes, it's operational development. So
because certainly looking at that in terms of the whole neighbourhood, this is certainly the type of change which we would have looked at very sceptically if it comes forward, because it changes the front appearance of the buildings, and this is in a conservation area.
I think the officer's view is that it's only coming forward by 1.5 metres, and on balance, the overall character of the conservation area wouldn't be harmed as a consequence of that, subject to the appropriate use of matching materials.
Any more questions? Right, can we move on to comments and recommendations? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
The bit that worries me is on here is the roof terrace bit. If this was a dormer window, just to be able to get light into an extra bedroom in the loft, I don't think I'd have a problem with this at all. But it is a terrace that looks out, and it's at the second floor. And it can be used 24 hours a day, and I think it's in a conservation area, and the potential impact upon other local residents would be potentially very negative, and they may be the most sensible and nicest people ever living here, but you never know, it might be converted into an HMO or something else, and I think that negative impact on the people living on Livingston would be potentially very bad. So with the rest of it, I'm not unhappy, but because of that bit, I think it hurts the house in terms of it being part of a conservation area, and the impact on residents who live nearby, I think would be potentially very bad. So I can't pick and choose the bits of the application I want to say yes to and no to. We have to say yes or no to the whole thing. So my feeling is that I would have said yes if this had just been a dormer window on balance, but it isn't. It is a terrace that people can use and be loud on or whatever 24 hours a day, and therefore I would propose saying no to it on those grounds.
It is, of course, the thing that the 9 objections from the 6 addresses are about, isn't it?
Yep.
They haven't picked up other things. So you're recommending a refusal for the reason of, what reasons would that be?
PCS 23, in terms of people's ability to quiet enjoyment, and I think Darren will probably have words, but then I can't remember what planning number it is, conservation areas are, but it would be likely to cause harm to a building within a conservation area.
Councillor Sanders?
I think if we are going to refuse this on the grounds of the roof terrace, I can't provide any better words, Gerald, but if we are going to refuse this on the grounds of it's the roof terrace only, then I don't know, Juliet, whether it's possible to include somewhere that, you know, we're refusing this on the grounds of the impact on amenity of neighbours of the roof terrace, and we would be positively minded to look on an application that did not include the roof terrace. I'm just trying to give the applicant some security. If we can't do this,
We
we
can
can't
always
do it.
listen to this discussion. I think.
Lucky people.
I think if there is a refusal reason purely in respect to the roof terrace, then ordinarily they would be reassured, hopefully, that the council has no further objection to the other elements of the scheme.
Are you seconding the...
I don't know if Nick wants to come back on comments on the actual roof terrace.
Well, certainly the roof terrace, is fairly modest in size. It is possible potentially to suggest a condition for, some further screening potentially. It would still be glazed, but it would still have the same effect as a dormer. But it's of such a modest size, and that is officer's opinion that.
Could we put a condition on that it was always locked at 9 o'clock at night? And therefore could not be used after 9 o'clock at night. So I'm happy to be flexible and helpful.
Yes, I think that would be very difficult to enforce and probably unreasonable. I understand where you're coming from, but I think the facts of the matter are that it's a modest area for people. It's not capable of accommodating probably more than one person, and we made our judgment on that basis.
It's also recessed, I think, is the point. In paragraph 5.5, it talks about it being recessed.
Yes, where it's embedded within, so it's not like a traditional terrace, it's embedded within the roof slope.
I live opposite one and therefore know how they operate, which is why I'm recommending refusal.
And do we have a seconder for that? We have a seconder. Do we have any contrary recommendations? Does anybody want to recommend that we accept the officer's recommendation and give it planning permission?
Do we have words for
Yes, I was going to say, does Nick want to come up with some wording for it?
He did earlier,
Well,
actually.
I suppose the proposed development by reason of the rear roof terrace as proposed would give rise to unacceptable loss of privacy and hence loss of amenity to neighbouring properties, contrary to policy PCS 23. That's in a sense a separate issue in terms of character. So would that be a second reason for refusal? I mean, it is at the rear of the property, but so it'd be very difficult to sustain in terms of design, but it would be a second reason for refusal. So the introduction of a rear roof terrace would be contrary to the established character of the Campbell Road Conservation Area, thereby blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Could they put a Velux window in there instead?
There is one a few doors down, though. I think that's probably worth pointing out to members.
And John, if they came back with that would be a different kettle of onions. But we have to make a decision on what's in front of us here. But I think if you know them, tell them to put a Velux in.
Certainly don't know them, but I'm just asking the question.
Can I just make a point, Chair?
Yes.
Hello. I don't massively see a huge issue with this application, sorry. But surely if we approved it and there was public nuisance or disturbance, our environmental health officers would, for example, put a noise abatement order in or whatever. So surely that would suffice Councillor Vernon-Jackson's concerns that it would be noisy late at night, because surely there is provisions for us to, as a council, get involved with that if if that was a problem. I think I'm correct in that. Maybe I could take guidance.
I think certainly you're theoretically correct in that, but we've already heard today of examples of times disturbance that's been caused which hasn't been immediately responded to.
And I think our job is to try to preempt problems happening so that we don't create problems for the future.
I thought we weren't meant to preempt things.
We're not meant to preempt things before we come into the committee, but our job is to make sure that here we don't give permission to things that we think will cause problems to the community in the future.
So, through me, please, we have got a proposal to refuse this on the grounds that have been described, and we've got two grounds, one to do with the conservation area and one to do with the overlooking and loss of privacy, which indeed is where the 9 objections are focused. We understand from the report in paragraph 4. And we don't have any proposals to grant full planning permission. So could you raise your hands if you're for the refusal on those grounds? Okay, thank you very much. And we now need to look at voting against. Anybody against? Okay, thank you. And no abstentions. Thank you very much. Good. Okay. Thank you very much indeed for attending this planning committee, and I hope you're able to supplementary agenda. Item 14. I'm just going.
Was that from the last committee? I'm not aware of a supplementary.
Don't frighten us, Uncle Hugh.
Thank goodness, I at least thought I would have known about that. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the next few hot days. And we've got another planning committee in 3 weeks' time, so we'll be back to work then together, and I look forward to seeing you then.
Chair, I think there was a couple here that we weren't very clear about why they came to us.
Well, it wasn't on my list.
No, and so the one at...
We're still live, is that right?
Are we off now?